Panska 12, Prague, Czech Republic. November 29th. The smooth carpet ran down the length of the main foyer, the floor so shiny the healer could almost see his reflection in it, untouched, as if no one passed the threshold anymore. Glimmering chandeliers hung on domed ceilings above, the brightest lights he had seen in many months. It had been a hotel once, this place, but the front desk was empty, left in pristine condition by the last employee to leave. There was no building directory, no guest list, nothing to go by. He started up the polished wooden stairwell, watching his surroundings closely. In the corners of some steps were white and yellow flakes, like a strong antiseptic that wasn't properly washed away. There were pots of flowers on every fifth step, as if the smell of daisies could drown out the industrial-strength cleansing. The flowers were new, so someone had been there recently. At each door was a camera, encased in a dark glass dome. At one room, a brown paper bag sat outside the door, its bottom stained with some kind of grease. A room at the far end of the hall had at least 24 newspapers stacked before it. By the third floor, the walls were decorated in fine wood paneling, accented with classic-looking murals. The lighting was all finer, the bulbs all aimed at the ceiling for a calm, subdued feel. He passed by a large mirror and paused there, seeing how foreign he looked. On the fifth floor, the final change. Down the hallway and on the left was a simple wooden stool, straddled by a large, squarish man in a green military uniform. The man was already watching the healer as he reached the floor, but he made no move. He just watched. The healer walked slowly down the hallway, but there were no other doors to check. He stopped a safe distance away from the man, who was still watching him passively. He had bright orange hair, and his uniform bore no stars, no commendations, just 2 simple US pins on each lapel, and the name Shaw on his chest. The two of them stared at each other for quite a while. No movements, as if in the midst of a duel that neither would admit to. The healer slowly, deliberately, reached out a hand and knocked on the door. Shaw placed a firm grip on the healer's forearm and squeezed. His green eyes were not angry, just professional, and he shook his head slightly, as if his say-so would let the healer concede defeat. The healer kept his stare at the larger man, and with some strain, knocked on the door again. 1, 2, 3. Shaw seemed to grit his teeth at this, maybe amused. Suddenly, he swung the healer's arm down and away, and with the other hand pinned him against the far side of the enclave, fingers wrapped tightly around the armored casing on his neck. The healer moved fast, grabbing hold of Shaw's arm, twisting it. The sudden pressure made Shaw lose his grip, and the healer pushed the arm down and backwards, up behind his back. The man barely reacted to the move, and with his other arm reached back and grabbed the healer's chest. With a bit of a crack in his twisted arm, he heaved strongly enough to break the healer's grip, and threw him across the hall and into one of the murals that hung there. The healer regained his footing quickly, and Shaw cricked his shoulder, grimacing at the sensation. The healer made a point to not make any sudden moves, but his opponent had no such concern. His right hand slid to his side and pulled his pistol from its holster, swinging it up towards the healer's mask. The healer was prepared. He sidestepped, grabbed Shaw's wrist and twisted until she heard a crack, and then with his other hand caught the falling gun and threw it down the hall. When he looked back up, it was too late to stop Shaw's fist from hitting him in the side of the head, and was spun round by the impact. His suit whined a warning, his heart rate increasing, and he heard a constant ringing in his ears. He backed up instinctively to give himself room to think. Shaw took the time to diagnose his wrist and seemed to write it off, letting that arm hang loose by his side. They watched each other for another moment, and then Shaw lunged forward, his punch missing, and was caught with an armored elbow to the neck, and then a swift, low kick to the legs that sent him sprawling. Shaw landed on the crimson carpet and rolled to his back with some difficulty. The healer was already turned, ready for more, his cloak swung back and his machete now clearly visible at his side. The healer held out his hand in a warning and shook his head slowly, but Shaw was too stubborn or honor-bound to give up. He got to his feet, his knees smarting from the kick, and pulled himself straight, though his body looked ragged. The healer shook his head slowly one more time, keeping his hand out, but adjusting his stance to be ready for the next move. Then it came. Shaw grabbed the healer's outstretched hand and twisted, pulling back. It would have worked, but it was predictable, and the healer spun round, his elbow finding its mark on Shaw's nose. There was a loud crack, and Shaw gasped. His grip gave way, and the healer kicked his feet out from under him again, grabbing his wrist on the way down and pinning him on the floor, with his arm twisted up behind his back. Shaw's nose was bleeding on the carpet, red on red, his breathing rough and bubbly, but he turned his head enough to see his attacker through bruised eyes. He said something in a tired but vengeful voice that the healer didn't understand. His English was worse than his German, and then started jerking about, trying to get loose. The healer held him there for a minute, watching him fight uselessly. With his other hand, the healer grabbed Shaw by the back of the neck and pulled him upright, then let go of his arm and let him turn around, limping and wrecked, his face a swollen, bloody mess. The healer stood a safe distance away, machete in his hand, ready. He pointed down the hall to the stairwell, then his weapon, and left it at that. Shaw watched silently, then, after spitting out a pair of teeth, turned around and slowly creaked down the hall, his stride a sad imitation of pride. The healer waited until he was on the stairwell and out of sight before turning his attention to the door. It took him only a minute to dislodge the handle and push the door open. The room inside was unlike the rest of the building. It was gray, the blinds drawn with all the lamps off, and the walls were stark and bare, like a home waiting to be lived in. There were blankets across all the floors, and a large white sofa, oddly placed in the middle of the main room, pointed at the windows as if the dirty shafts of light that shot through were somehow worth watching. At the end of the sofa, the healer noticed a pair of socked feet lazily waving from side to side, dancing to music no one else could hear. The healer took another step forward and heard a scraping, a metallic grind under his foot, looked down. It was a spoon, rough and beaten, stained in the middle with a dark substance, like a makeshift boiler. And there, another spoon, and another, and mixed in between were used needles, thin ones at that. The healer navigated his way to the sofa, careful to avoid stepping on anything dangerous. There he stopped, looking down on poor Louis Quang. He was old and exhausted, so thin he almost didn't look human, and his skin hung loose on his body, scarred and wrinkled from years of abuse. He was wrapped in a military jacket, highly decorated, high rank, resting heavy on his frail chest. His left arm was out of the sleeve, instead resting loose by his side, a tourniquet tied around the middle, purple-pocked veins bulging, waiting for more. The healer picked a small packet of white powder off the back of the sofa, squeezing it gently between gloved fingers. Heroin, probably. He dropped the bag and rubbed his fingers along the white upholstery. Quang opened his eyes slowly, blinking at the weak light to his left, and turned his gaze to the healer, pupils flushed wide. He didn't react, but was watching carefully. The healer removed his black pouch and placed it on the back of the seat, removed a vial and put it towards Quang. With abrupt dexterity, Quang moved his arm away and into his jacket, and his eyes narrowed, judging. He said something in English, and the healer shook his head to it. He motioned with his needle, but Quang rolled himself to his side, and then sat up, wobbling, his back to the healer, and exhaled. "Why you here?" he said in Mandarin, the voice weak and tortured. His accent was heavy and his words very simple, like a very old child fumbling through the language. "I not with use any illness," Quang said. The healer paused, seemed to think. "You may be sick," he said, "with a deadly disease. I must sample your blood now." Quang shook his head, curled up a bit. "My sick, all me. My fault." "That may be," said the healer. Quang turned around partway, eyes narrow and pained, lips trembling with fear or hurt or self-pity. "Then let me die," he said, and he meant alone. The healer shook his head gravely, and Quang winced. The healer showed him the needle, the gray display, what must be done. "I must sample your blood, because you have infected others," he said slowly, hoping the meaning would get across. "We cannot cure them without this sample." They sat there in silence for a moment. Quang turned on the sofa and put out his arm towards the healer and closed his eyes tightly, as if he'd never had a needle before, and the thought of blood scared him. The healer filled a first vial easily, and as he was attaching the second, Quang spoke, his eyes still closed. "Grandfather taught me language," he said. "I never study big. Wish now I did. So much to say." The healer waited until the second vial was full, and then switched to the third. He didn't speak. "I am alone here this city," continued Quang after a time. "I cannot go home. My family, I cannot see. Too sick in Europe. All safe at home in America." The healer nodded to show he understood. "I am waiting to die," Quang said. "Can you know when?" The healer met his imploring eyes as the last of the blood was drawn. He slid it into his device and let the tests run. As the characters flashed by, he lowered it to his side, nodding slightly to the old man. "I'm sorry for my faults," he said, on the verge of tears now. "Can you tell family about me?" The healer didn't respond, but looked away, then down at his diagnosis. He paged to the next screen, then back. "What is it?" Quang asked, as the healer was reaching for his blue pouch. Quang stood up quickly, spun round to face the healer, defiant. "What is it?" he said again. The healer left his pouch where it was, lowered his hands to his side, bowed. "You carry a deadly virus," he said. "If you live, you will kill anyone you see." Quang closed his mouth, gritted his teeth, and the healer could see the muscles in his jaw clench beneath the sagging skin. He closed his eyes and nodded ever so slightly. "It is over," he said. The healer nodded, though Quang did not see it. The old soldier put his arm out again, a small trickle of blood wrapped around his elbow from the earlier pricks. He took a long, deep breath and opened his eyes, squarely at the healer. Then, in an instant, his eyes twitched to the left and back, and the healer heard the faint sound of metal grinding behind him. He spun to the side as a loud crack rang out. Quang's chest popped with a gushing red wound, and he stumbled backwards onto his knees. Shaw was standing in the doorway, pistol out, a quick look of shock and regret in his eyes as he realized what he'd done. The healer was off balance, but saw the gun veer towards him and ducked down towards the kitchenette behind him. A searing pain ripped through his shoulder, and he felt the horrible sting of antiseptic as his suit reacted to a bullet wound. He collapsed back around the corner, sliding against the wall. Behind the sofa, the life had drained out of Quang. His eyes glazed over with shock and confusion, and his mouth swung open and closed a few times before he toppled backwards onto the floor. Shaw cursed loudly in a stuffed, nasally voice, and the healer could hear heavy footsteps as he marched forwards over the spoons and needles. When the gun peeked beyond the corner, the healer was gone, a streak of blood against the wall heading into the kitchen. Shaw turned himself with his back to the wall, the gun leading him, and slowly edged towards the opening, following the trail. His breaths were slow and quiet as the nose of the pistol edged a bit beyond the entranceway. Before he could make his move, a crunch erupted beside him, and his elbow was crushed by a powerful blow, making his hand spasm and the gun fall from his fingers. The healer caught it ably, coming around the corner, right arm loose and useless, his cloak dark and shiny where the bullet had passed. He left his machete punctured through both the wall and Shaw's elbow, holding him hostage. He paused a moment, watching his prey. Then, almost cruelly, he shook his head from side to side and tossed the gun across the room. The two of them stayed there another moment, the sound of Shaw's blood dripping in a pool below him. His breathing was getting ragged and urgent, and he fought back a scream. The healer turned slightly, leaned around the corner into the kitchen, and Shaw felt a sharp pain as the machete shifted in the wall. He scowled at the healer, his cheek twitching involuntarily. Then, with a jerk, the machete came free from his arm, from the wall, and he had a moment of levity before the blade swung back around and tore through his bare neck. And he felt nothing at all. The healer paced back from the scene, reaching over the sofa, grabbing his gray device from beside Quang's body. With shaky hands, he paged the screens, back and forth, pausing at the last. Ex facto emaciator 1.0. It read, 3rd generation infection. He squeezed the device until the plastic creaked in his grip. Staropramenna 2, Prague, Czech Republic, November 29th. Ava and Piotr walked down the final stretch of road, the stately old building off to their left casting a weak shadow over the snow. There were tire tracks in the street, but no other hint of life for as far as they could see. The lights in the building were all off, the pale facade ominous in the dim, wintry afternoon. They stopped in front, looking up. "You sure about this?" Piotr asked, weary. "We're close," Ava said, shivering but calm. "I can feel it." They climbed the 4 steps up to the entrance, a simple set of doors framed in weathered ochre paint. They were covered by heavy planks, hammered in tight. A series of warning stickers were plastered across black paint, announcing the facility was closed until further notice. Another paper, half ripped away, warned the premises was quarantined due to an outbreak of bat-ingers. "This way," Piotr called from the right of the doors, where one of the tall windows had been smashed in, giving them access. Inside, it was as if the foyer had been spun upside down somehow. Large, heavy desks were upturned. Chunks of plaster and rock were smashed on the coarse wood floor. The walls were thick with black mold. Most of the old yellow paint was chipped or simply dissolved. A window somewhere at the back was letting in sunlight, but it wasn't nearly enough. The air had the texture of rotting vegetables, even through their masks. "You know where his office was?" Pyotr asked. "No," admitted Ava. "I didn't see a building directory either. How should we look?" Pyotr pulled open a door off to the right, nudging some debris out of the way. "Door by door," he offered, then lead the way in. The room was empty. What furniture had been there was stacked in a messy pile in the far corner, away from the windows. The floor was spotless, despite the dusty atmosphere, but for that pile. Ava could make out a faintness in the wood floor around it, like an entire layer of finish had been worn off by something. "Look at this," Pyotr said, rubbing a gloved finger down the wall. It was stripped down to a thin layer of plaster, ripped apart by raw streaks, like thick claws had worked it away. It was only up near the ceiling that the thickness returned, and with it, the black mold. "Somebody hates mold," Ava said quietly, adjusting her mask. "Let's keep moving." Down a quiet hallway, past a bulletin board that still had notices about flats for rent in town. They found a large auditorium, its modern desks ripped and beaten from their bases, up into the back of the room. To their right, a drinking fountain lay on the ceramic floor, a small trickle of water pouring into a neat pool. Again, no sign of life. "This is going to take a while," said Pyotr, surveying the wreckage. Just then, a shuffle and some wood fell over, far at the back of the room. Pyotr moved closer to Ava, shielding her. "Who's there?" he called. Ava's heart beat loudly in her ears. She reached down to her left, grabbed up the arm of a destroyed overhead projector, felt its weight. Her sprained wrist screamed out at her, but she grit her teeth and kept a careful eye on the room. "Hello," Pyotr yelled, stood ready. Then, near the middle of the room, up and away from them, came a waifish girl, no more than 20, her eyes dark with exhaustion, hair in filthy streaks down her face. Her bare arms looked almost blue in the frigid air, and she hugged herself, twitching. "Are you okay?" Ava asked, starting forward before Pyotr caught her. The girl didn't seem to see them, started climbing and sliding down and across desks. She ducked her head underneath one, then reached her arms under, lowered herself down, out of sight. They heard shifting debris, broken glass. "What's going on?" Pyotr called, moving himself and Ava further away from where the girl had disappeared. "Are you the only one here?" The girl reached a hand up on top of the desk, put her head half above the wood, shifted her gaze left and right, never looking at them. Her lower lip was chewed on and scabbed, sharp teeth marks red and trickling. "I can't find it. Can't find it," she said, though not to them. "Can't find it anywhere." "Can't find what?" Ava asked, looking around. "My eraser. I had an eraser. I brought it to class. I can't find it. I swear I brought it. I know I did." Ava and Pyotr exchanged wary glances. Pyotr held a pausing finger up to Ava, then reached down and began pushing bits of broken wood around as if searching. Ava gave him a warning look. "Don't," Ava whispered. "She might talk to us if we're nice to her. I don't think—" "Hey!" interrupted Pyotr with a loud call. "I think I see an eraser here." The girl's eyes shot at them, wide and delirious. Her mouth snarled open, showing brown and bloody teeth. "Mine!" she screamed, and leapt, animal-like, down the desks, straight at the scrambling Pyotr. She threw him against the wall, grabbed at his wrist and started slamming it against the stonework savagely. Let it go! Let it go! She howled, pushing his other hand away from her, snapping at it with her wretched mouth. He grunted in pain, trying to force her off, but she was too wild to stop. Hey, Eva called from behind. I've got your eraser right here. The girl turned viciously, throwing Pyotr's battered hand away. She crept around, hunched like an animal, trying to circle Ava, who held the projector arm loose by her side. The girl wiped her mouth with her bare arm, leaving a trail of red to her elbow. Give me the eraser, the girl said. I lost it. It's mine. Eva nodded slowly. I'll give it to you. I will. Just tell me, where is Dr. Krejci? Dr. Stefan Krejci? The girl's eyes opened wide, then narrowed quickly. She started looking left and right again, like the prey and not the hunter. She seemed to see Ava again for the first time, shot through emotions from happy to scared, to angry in a second. Have you seen my eraser? She asked, tensing her hands back and forth and back and forth. Ava re-gripped the projector arm. I've got it, she began, and the girl leapt at her. She was ready. She stepped to the side, swung the metal underhanded, catching the girl in the stomach. She collapsed to the ground, coughing wildly, grasping at herself, her chest, wheezing. I need to find Dr. Krejci, Ava repeated, colder this time. The girl looked up at her, eyes narrow and insane. I want my eraser. She spun around, trying to attack, but Ava hit her across the side of the head, sending her sliding into the first row of desks. Blood trickled out of her temple as her eyes rolled back in her head. Ava, Pyotr gasped, running to her side. It's always the same, Ava growled, throwing the projector arm against the wall. Wherever you go, they chip away at your soul, bit by bit. I can't stand it, Pyotr. I can't take it anymore. Pyotr rubbed her back gently, then picked the discarded metal off the ground. Ava shook her head at the girl, turned and left the room. Pyotr followed close behind, checking ahead nervously now. They came to another room, large and cold, its windows all broken, a thin layer of snow spread halfway across the floor. All around, atop desks and thrown across chairs, were the pieces of bodies of 5 terrorized souls. Their faces were scraped with deep gashes, their eyes merely bloodied sockets, arms torn from torsos, some seeming to have died trying to crawl away as their legs were shredded behind them. Ava choked back vomit, turned to Pyotr, who braced himself against the wall. Jesus, he gasped. Do you think she did this? Ava couldn't look back, just shook her head. I don't know. I can't look. Can you see? Is my mother in there? Pyotr tensed, looked left, right. No, he said. The 2 women are too young. Ava took a deep breath of processed air. Good. Then let's get out of here. This was a bad mistake. We've got to go. They were just past the threshold when the banging started. Furious, mad pounding. They paused, half turned back, and heard it, faintly. Hey! Don't go! Please! You have to help me! Please! Staropramenna 2, Prague, Czech Republic, November 29th. Ava and Pyotr rushed back into the room and saw a refrigerated locker off to the side, a desperate face calling out to them from a narrow window at the side. They ran to him, started pulling the door handle, but were stopped by a fierce slam against the glass. No! Shouted the man inside, his cheeks hollow, lips blue. Please, no. It's airborne. I need a mask first. Please tell me you have one. Ava looked to Pyotr, who shook his head. "We only got 2, he said weakly. The man inside pressed his forehead against the glass, seemed to be weeping. His fist pounded the glass again, thin and wretched. Ava grabbed the projector arm from Pyotr, nodded. "Go back to the storeroom and get another," she said. "What?" Pyotr gasped. "Ava, even running, that's going to take me at least 10 minutes. And whatever did that," he motioned to the shredded bodies, "might come back and find you." Ava swung the projector arm back and forth lightly, smirked. "I'll manage." "Ava, please. This is insane." Ava pointed at the carnage of the room angrily. "No, that is insane. This is me putting some sanity back into the world. Go get the mask. I'll be fine." Pyotr shook his head at her, but took off into a sprint. She waited until she couldn't hear his footsteps anymore, then turned back to the man in the refrigerator. He had tears in his eyes, was choking back sobs. "Thank you," he said loudly, his voice barely passing through the thickness of the door. I don't know how long I've been in here. I'm so hungry. I can't even..." He trailed off, disappeared from view. Ava leaned closer to the glass, tried to see in. "Hey, what happened here? How did this happen?" The man appeared back at the window, looking away from Ava, trembling. "We made it," he whimpered. "We all made it, and it killed us." "Made what? Who's us?" "The ex facto team," he said, with an odd mixture of sorrow and pride. Ava's mouth dropped open beneath her mask. "Wait, you're a virus crew? The same one that made the Pardubice smallpox?" He nodded. "Yes, but that was a mistake. We don't target Czechs." "You? What?" We're the only ones standing between Russia and the complete genocide of the Czech race." The words were thick with self-important propaganda, and it made her sick. Ava put a gloved hand to her forehead, turned around. "This is all you. These people, that girl next door. You made a virus that it breaks down the wall between reality and paranoia," he said, proud. "It makes you see things your subconscious dreads. It's like a living nightmare you can't wake up from." Ava slammed an angry hand against the glass, and the man recoiled back. "What kind of idiots are you? We were trying to keep the Russians at bay. If they're tearing themselves apart, they'd have to leave us alone. It would save us all." "Yeah, until one of them finds out it was you and launches a counterattack into Prague." "We wouldn't let that happen," he boomed defiantly, then collapsed out of view again, and she heard sobbing. She sat at the other side of the door, her back to the cold steel, watching the entrance where Pyotr had left. There was a faint thump from inside the locker. "It wasn't supposed to work like that," he cried. "It wasn't made to be airborne." Ava frowned, looked up at the window. The man was staring out at the room, hand dragging down the glass slowly. The vector was going to be a hospital in St. Petersburg. Untraceable, but direct. Aerosolizing it was never part of the plan. It's too messy that way. "So what? You built it wrong?" "No," he sobbed. "There's no way. Our incubator was broken, didn't have the aerosol option in the first place. Believe me, we tried to use it. If it's airborne, it was someone else, like that woman." "What woman?" Ava asked, getting to her feet quickly and leaning into the door. "She came here, 2 days before Simon showed symptoms. She must have done something. Modified the code." What was her name? Ava asked urgently. I don't know. Some doctor. I don't know how she knew about us. Kept saying she was looking for Dr. Krejci. Where is he? Dr. Krejci, where is he now? He died in the Batinjas outbreak, before we claimed the building. Did you know him? Used to. Ava sighed, distant. He was a great man. Taught me everything I know. I mean, to a point. I don't know how he'd feel about, all this. Ava said nothing. We put a little tribute to him in all our viruses. A quote buried with our name. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed. He used to write it on the blackboard at the start of each semester. Ava pressed her forehead against the door, felt her temples surge with pain. That woman, the doctor, what did you do to her? Do? Nothing. Reyna was looking to infect her with something, but she took off before we could. Probably because she'd hacked our code and didn't want to be near when things went wrong. Ava looked through the window, narrow eyes furious above her mask. I wish to God I hadn't sent Pyotr off to save your life, she seethed. You don't know me, he said, eyes darting down to see if the door was opening. You don't have the right to judge me. Ava controlled her breathing, kept quiet. Once I get out of here, he seethed, I'm going to find that fucking bitch and dose her with everything we ever made. She'll die so many ways at once they'll never know what got her. Ava met his eyes, dead and empty. She unlocked the door with a hiss. No! Screamed the man, trying desperately to pull it closed again, but Ava yanked harder, swinging it all the way out until he collapsed on the ground, covering his mouth with two thin hands. Go on. Hold your breath, she growled. I've got all the time in the world. He flailed about, trying to avoid the air, but it was no use. He dropped to his hands and knees, squeezing his face up, trying so hard. He reached a frail hand towards her, trying to grab her shin, but she kicked it away. It was too much, and he gasped a long, slow breath and broke into tears, bowing his head against the floor. Ava watched him, cold eyes blazing, without a word. Then he started to laugh. He slammed a fist against the ground, staggered to his feet. Fine, he spat. Fine. Whatever. You got me. Good for you. But I've got at least 12 hours before I'm symptomatic, and that's plenty of time to find you and slice you all to pieces. Ava cocked her head, then took a swing at his left knee with the metal piping. She heard a soft crack, and he collapsed sideways, back onto the floor, screaming madly, clutching his leg as it bent the wrong way. Ava nodded to him. Good luck with that. He roared, flipped to his stomach, buried his face in his hand, panting. You're fucking dead, he cried. No, she said coldly. You're dead. You and your ex-facto buddies. You all die here. That's the end of it. I've had enough of this shit from you people. You and your kind. Your nightmare virus won't ever see the light of day. Do you hear me? He looked up at her with wet, terrible eyes, half laughing, half crying. It's too late for that, he cackled. The buyer's already got the package. It's on its way to be deployed right now. What? Hell, it might be out there already. Ava held the projector arm up like a bat, threatening, adjusting her stance to dominate him. He didn't seem to notice. He rolled himself onto his back, staring at the ceiling, laughing at nothing. Who is the buyer? She demanded. Fuck you. She swung the bar down onto his shoulder, cracking bone, and he screamed, kept laughing. Who is the buyer? She yelled. Fine. "Fine, whatever," he cried. "Have it your way. You'll never find him. He's probably—" But before he could say another word, a huge, menacing form leapt down onto him, shoving a blood-dried hand around his neck and slamming it down onto the ground. So suddenly it snapped, killing him instantly. Ava backed up quickly, weapon at the ready, as the monstrous man tore his victim's eyes out, squeezing them into his pocket, then stroking the savaged face gently. "Shh," he said softly. "Quiet. I found them. They're safe now." His face had a heavy beard, marked with dark red scratches along his cheeks, down his neck, and all over his bare torso. His cargo pants were so thick with dried blood, they were almost black, and his bare feet were scarred with scabs and open wounds from all the broken glass around the building. "What?" he said suddenly, to the air around him. "Again? Where?" He looked down at the body below him, traced a careful line down the shoulder, to the left arm, and stopped at the elbow. "No, that won't do," he mumbled, then pulled a worn scalpel from his back pocket. Eva moved back even further, edging towards the door. "This won't take a minute," he said, jabbing at the arm wildly with the scalpel, and then began screaming as if he were the one being attacked. Ava was nearly at the door, eyes never leaving the scene, when her heel cracked a bit of glass. The monster looked up at her suddenly, eyes wide. She made no move. "Yes," he said to the air, but looking straight at her. "Yes, she has ants in her too." Eva stumbled further back, ready to fight. He made no move to follow her, just stared. "Just stay back," she warned. "Stay there and everything will be fine." His eyes shifted slightly, and it was clear he now saw her fully. "I'll get the ants out, and she'll feel better," he said, then bounded towards her like a demonic gorilla, screaming as he made the final approach. It was so terrifying, Ava nearly missed her chance. She swung at him, hitting his shoulder instead of his head, sending him back onto the ground and sending her to her knees from the momentum. Her wrist burned angrily, and she lost her grip with that hand. The monster quickly skittered to his feet and ran at her again, and she took off towards the door, slipping on the glass on the floor, and only just reaching it before he grabbed at her heel. He pulled, and she flipped over onto her back, dropping the projector arm. He yanked her back in 1, 2, 3 painful lurches. She tried to kick him off, but he was just too strong. He straddled her, eyes utterly mad, and licked his lips. "Those ants must go," he said serenely, and reached back a bloodied hand. Then his chest popped open. Once, twice, and the third time he collapsed backwards into the glass, and Ava covered her ears, ringing from the boom of the gunshots. She rolled to her chest, looked back, and there at the door was Pyotr, smoking pistol in his trembling hand. "I guess you don't need the mask after all, huh?" he asked. Motul Hospital, Prague, Czech Republic. November 29th. Anuma stopped by Mr. Viscera's bed sometime after 10 that night, checked his chart and the quantity of Pathonex he had left in his IV. He watched her weakly, a smile flickering on and off, as if he were confused about his state of mind. She patted him gently, nodding. "You are still up, Mr. Viscera?" she asked quietly, as most of the other patients in the hall were asleep now. He didn't answer, looked away from her suddenly, then closed his eyes. Anuma frowned, took out her penlight, turned his head back her way and checked his pupils, fixed and dilated. "Mr. Viscera?" she asked again, calling louder this time. "Mr. Viscera, can you hear me?" His eyes suddenly fixed on her, and he took a ragged breath. My granddaughter is drowning," he gasped. Enuma checked around herself, and he grabbed her wrist, held it tight. "You have to help me, doctor. My granddaughter is drowning." She rubbed his chest, roughly tilted his head, and saw he wasn't looking at her anymore. He looked as if he was about to cry, and then his heart monitor started to whine below the bed. "Blood pressure rising," she said to herself. "Mr. Viscera, wake up. Wake up, please." He suddenly threw his arms back, sat up fast in bed, and began screaming a loud, blood-curdling scream, and the other patients began to wake too, whimpering or crying out in fear. Enuma leaned into him with her shoulder, held him down on the bed. "I need a sedative," she yelled as the frail man fought her. "Sedatives and restraints. Now!" Two of the nurses on the floor took off, one towards the medicine locker and the other to help Enuma. She pushed down on Vicera's right arm with all her strength, and his body shook up and down, flailing like a fish as they fought to keep him still. "Mr. Vicera," Enuma called. "Mr. Vicera, everything is all right. You are safe. Please calm down." But he didn't hear her at all. He kept gasping, rocking up and down, back and forth, trying to break free. "Someone save my granddaughter," he screamed. "What's wrong with you people? Hurry!" The other nurse arrived with a long needle and a pair of long blue straps. Enuma tossed one to the nurse and began to wrap hers around Mr. Viscera's legs. The nurse did the same for his arms, but he broke free suddenly, clawed out at her, scraping at her neck. She clutched it quickly, staggering back. Enuma checked behind her, at the second nurse. She was pushing the meds already. Mr. Vicera started to falter, his motions becoming subdued, and he slowly fell into a state of muttering semi-consciousness. "You, take her and clean out that wound. I want you both on high doses of Pathonex now. You are off the floor until I say so. Do you understand?" Both nurses nodded solemnly, headed out, past Dr. Bastian, who was rushing down the aisle towards Enuma. Behind him paced a man in a business suit, heavy mask over half his head, arms gloved to the elbows. He wore a city badge in his breast pocket. A bureaucrat. Bastian checked the heart monitor quickly, the pupils. "He is altered," Enuma said, "and I have no idea why." "It's not in the spec for his condition," Bastian said grimly. "Dr. Bastian," the bureaucrat interrupted. "Is this Dr. Enuma?" "Not now," Bastian barked. "Dr. Bastian, if you're trying to interfere with state business, I don't care how senior you are in this place, you will be—" "I said quiet," Bastian yelled, not turning around. He looked to Enuma, eyes dead serious. "What else could it be?" he asked. "Maybe the Pathonex is having a delayed reaction," she said. "Unlikely," Bastian said. "Has he had any visitors? Someone that might have upset him?" Enuma shook her head, thought. "I do not think he has had any visitors since he arrived here. Maybe it is just cabin fever?" Bastian nodded, looked around the room. "We should get him upstairs somewhere so he doesn't scare the others. Find LaRoche and see what zone he can accommodate a new bed. Then, several rows away, another patient began convulsing madly, his bed rattling. "It's too hot. came a desperate voice. "Please open the windows. It's too hot." Enuma and Bastion exchanged worried glances and took off towards the woman who was shielding her face with her arms. Bastion restrained her while Enuma checked her pupils. "Hello," Enuma called directly into her face. "Hello, can you hear me? It's so hot. Help me please." Enuma looked to Bastion, who strained against the wild movements. "What's going on here?" squeaked the bureaucrat, backing away from them. "Dr. Bastion, I need to know what's going on." "A new infection," he growled. "We need more sedatives." Enuma shouted across the room. "Bring as many as you can carry." The woman was sweating heavily, jerking this way and that, trying to get free. Bastion risked a hand on her forehead, neck. "She's not feverish. She's hallucinating. What could cause this?" "I don't know," Enuma said, searching her memory. "Sometimes Battinger's bee causes sleepwalking, but this isn't Battinger's. God help us. I hope it's not airborne." The bureaucrat took off, scrambling out of the room. "We need to start everyone on aggressive Pathonex routines," Enuma said, checking around. "We must slow it down if we can." Bastion swore angrily. "We'll run out before we cover the room once over. Damn it, we should have partitioned the floor better." Another nurse arrived with a handful of heavy needles, quickly pushed the sedative into the woman's IV. Bastion kept her down until she was safely subdued when he heard the gasp of another patient, a few beds over, starting to become aware of a waking nightmare. He looked to the nurse, Enuma. "Sedate anyone that shows even the slightest signs," he said. "Mark the time and repeat the dosage every hour. I want this controlled until we know what we're dealing with." The nurse nodded and took off, but Enuma was interrupted by her pager beeping. She checked it, her face dropping. "Ajobi!" she gasped. Bastion grabbed the needles from her, nodded. "Go," he said sternly. "We've got this for now." She smiled behind her mask, then ran fast, through the room, to the front stairwell, and up to Ajobi's floor. She tore down the hall till she came to his room, skidded around the corner and stopped cold, eyes wide at the sight of the healer looming over her brother. At the sound of her, the healer swung around, bloodied machete at the ready, prepared to strike. "What's going on?" she gasped. The healer put his weapon away, staggered a bit. She saw blood on the back of his cloak. He tipped to the right as he stood. He held out a vial in a trembling hand and shoved Ajobi's head back against the pillow savagely. "What is this?" he snarled. "It is not your vector." Ajobi shook, terrified, darted pleading eyes between the healer and Enuma. I don't know. I thought it... "This is a third-generation infection," the healer boomed. "You said this man infected you, and you lied." Enuma started forward. "Please, maybe Ajobi just... Give me one good reason why I should not kill you right now," he seethed, ignoring Enuma entirely. I assumed he was the one," said Ajobi, a bit of life coming back into him as he pleaded. We'd shared needles and..." Enuma gasped, stepping away from her brother, shocked. "Ajobi, no." "I'm sorry, Fanta. I don't know what I was thinking. I just..." The healer unrolled his blue pouch, pulled out a needle, and tested it. Flawless. He grabbed Ajobi's arm with his thick, blood-stained glove and turned the veins outward. "No!" shouted Enuma, and covered the arm, weeping. "There's another," Ajobi said urgently. There's another. I didn't think of it before, but there's another. The healer looked at the needle, then seemed to fight with himself and pulled away, letting Enuma fall on the bed. Ajobi pulled up, sitting in stunned silence. The healer took another step back and gripped the syringe tightly. I have no more time for games, he said to them, and the syringe dropped to the floor out of weak fingers. He paced forward, Ajobi and Enuma both cowering on the far side of the bed. You will give me the name now, he said gravely, or I will burn you alive. They stared at him in shock, at the coldness in his voice, and Ajobi nodded. He searched about the bed, then started nodding again, feeling up and down his sheets, the wires attached to his arms swinging up and down like spiny wings on a spry bird. He found a small scrap of paper, and with trembling hands, held it out for the healer. On it was another name, another address. The healer slipped it into a pocket, and with his vision blurring slightly, shook his head. When you see me next, he said darkly, it will be your time to die. Staropra Mena 2, Prague, Czech Republic, November 29th. Ava collapsed on the sofa, pressed her hands to her face. The mask was so tight on her, and she itched at the edge, groaning. Pyotr rummaged through the pack of supplies he'd stolen from the depot, took out a half-liter aerosol can. Better stand up, he said, shaking it. We've got to sterilize everything before we take off these masks. I'm not taking any chances with whatever those nut jobs had. Ava sighed, got to her feet, and spread her arms and legs so Pyotr could coat her with the spray. It tingled as it hit her skin, gave her a second chill, on top of the cold. When he finished, she sprayed him, careful around his eyes, shut tight. They stood there, looking at each other. Do the room, he said. I want to try sleeping without this thing on my face. She nodded, proceeded to dose the entire room with antiseptic. He took out a second can, shook it vigorously and joined her, doing the undersides and ceilings where she had trouble reaching. They finished, sweating and out of breath, and unlatched their masks to breathe in the vile, lemony air. Home sweet home, Pyotr smirked. Ava coughed at the taste. She sat down on the floor, legs crossed, then lay back, staring out the window at the stars. The clouds were disappearing, the deep blue sky shimmering gently. So we're done for the night, Pyotr said, laying down next to her. Where'd you get that gun from anyway? She asked suddenly. They give those out at the food depot? No, he sighed. Saw a guard leave it at his station when I was heading out. Figured it'd be a good thing to have, given the atmosphere at the university. Good call, Ava said. Pyotr yawned loudly. So where do we go tomorrow morning? Another insane asylum? Or do you want to branch out a bit? Ava slapped his arm with a friendly hand, laughed. I don't know, she said, becoming somber. That was our only lead. I have no idea where else to look. Pyotr sighed. Well, like I said, maybe she's already left town. If that guy was telling the truth, maybe she went looking for whoever that buyer is. Maybe she's in Russia or something. Not too likely. She might run into my dad. They're not close, eh? Let's put it this way. His sending me to jail wasn't even close to the biggest reason they got a divorce. Ouch, Pyotr nodded appreciatively. So, if you don't mind me asking, why'd you hack a bank anyway? You didn't get rich off it, I'm guessing. Eva winced, turned her head slightly away. It wasn't about the money. Not really, anyway. I mean, I could have moved billions while I was in there, but that's not what it was about. Pyotr thought a moment. So if not money, then what? Ava sighed, propped her head up on her arm, and faced Pyotr. She was distant, reminiscing. My dad had a bit of a gambling problem. Nothing dramatic, not what you'd expect. A little here and there, but it was always under control. One day, my mother comes home absolutely furious because the bank had given her a call, saying they were overdrawn on their joint account. He'd lost a mountain of money on the wrong bet, and even with everything they had, it wasn't enough to pay it. All off. All he had was this stock in a second-best security firm that was on its way out. He was scared shitless. So, you what? You stole the money back or something? Ava closed her eyes, shook her head. I thought I could fix it. I worked at it, and I researched, and I found a way into the bank's systems through a stupid backdoor software glitch. Unpatched for years, it turns out. If they'd looked at things, they would have seen it. I got in one night, thought I should just steal a little bit from every account in the system. Just a tiny bit, and maybe nobody would notice. Not likely. They'd see the pattern right away. Exactly. Even a string of 5 transfers would probably get traced before I'd logged off. But that got me thinking. I didn't need the money, really. I just needed to set things right. So, I wrote a script that did a mad sweep through the accounts, moving money around. $100 from one person to another, back and forth, all over the map. I wasn't doing anything they couldn't undo. But when people checked their balances the next morning, they'd be in for a surprise one way or another. Mayhem. Got it. The bank had to issue a warning. Take massive write-downs after the gifted customers spent money they shouldn't have had. It was all over the news, an unstoppable scandal. Lawsuits filed, lots of firings, and the company that provided their security, they got canned right away. Oh hell, you mean? Yeah, the company my dad invested in picked up the pieces, and their stock surged. Pyotr whistled. Now, that's some fancy footwork. Ava lay back again, covered her face with her crossed arms. Not fancy enough. The cops traced me across 10 proxy servers, figured out which internet cafe I'd been in at the time, got a bunch of CCTV footage, and nailed me a week later. I didn't even get a chance to deny it. They were so sure. And so, I'm sitting there in jail, a 15-year-old girl, desperate for some kind of news. Anything I can get. And my dad comes in. First time I've seen him in weeks. And I ask him if everything's okay with money, and he says everything's fine. And then he says he wants me to confess to the police, because it's worse for me if I don't. And I believed him. I mean, why wouldn't I? Pyotr said nothing, watching Ava speak, her voice trembling. He told them to try me as an adult. He basically forced them to try me as an adult. He took the money I made him, and he took his girlfriend, and he moved back to Russia and left me to rot in prison. That must have hurt. First 6 months I was there, it's all I could think about. I wanted to get out, to find him and ruin his life. Like, completely. I knew I could. There's so much you know about your parents you can use if you try. I could have got him in such deep shit with the wrong people. They never would have found his body. She took a long, rattling breath, stared out at the stars again. But then he sent me a letter, and it changed things. Changed how? Pyotr asked gently. He told why he'd had them punish me. It wasn't vindictive or petty or anything like that. He was afraid for me. He thought, here is this girl I raised, and she's become some kind of monster who breaks the law like it means nothing. And it freaked him out. He wanted me to be better than I was, and he thought the best way to show me the right path was to punish me like that. Show me the consequences for breaking the rules. Mean fucking spirited and messed up, Ava, said Pyotr. What a bastard, and wrong. Ava shrugged. He was wrong, she said, but he was right in a way. Or at least, I think he showed me something I hadn't seen. When I'd heard about his money troubles, I thought a good and reasonable way to deal with that badness was to break the rules, to even the playing field. It was justified to me. It made sense. And to him, putting me in prison seemed like a justifiable way to fix a problem. It was evil, and I know it ruined whatever chance he had of making up with my mother. But it made sense, you know. He thought it through, and that's what he felt needed to be done. That doesn't make it right, Pyotr said. No, it doesn't. But it taught me something I hadn't really seen before. Nothing makes a wrong become right. These viruses, all the suffering they bring, it's all just some fool thinking what they're doing makes sense. And it doesn't. They took something good and pure and fantastic and they used it to shit all over humanity. They lay there in the dark. Pyotr shrugged. See, if you told that to the cops, they might believe you're not a virus maker. She laughed, wiped a tear from her eye with her sleeve, sniffled. The fewer people that know that story, the better, I think, she said. I think you're wrong, he said, propping himself up, closer to her. I think you hiding that side of yourself, it's just dumb. I knew you how long in university, and never once did you mention you had an inkling about computers. I thought you were all about the painting. Could never figure out why you wanted to hang around with us geeks. She sniffled, smiled. I was trying to steal you away from Mazel, she admitted. He laughed loudly. Are you saying you settled for Rodri? She shrugged, avoided eye contact. Sometimes I like to think that was it, yeah. They lay there, their faces close, neither saying a word. Pyotr seemed to be thinking something, took a tentative breath, then smiled. We should take Pathenex boosters, he said, getting to his knees, digging through the bag from the depot. He pulled out a pair of pill bottles, popped the tops open. He handed a pair of pills to Ava and a small bottle of water. His went down quickly. What's the second one for? She asked, shaking the pair around in her palm. It's some kind of emergency immunobooster, plus the regular Pathenex. Should fight off whatever random crap may have made it into our systems this afternoon. Ava cracked open the water, swallowed both pills ably. She recapped the bottle and put it on the floor next to her. We should leave first thing tomorrow, she said, avoiding his eyes. You're right. My mom is probably gone already, and we're just risking our lives by staying here. We've got to get moving. Pyotr nodded. I'll go steal some more supplies tomorrow morning, he said. She looked at him, shy, smiled. Thank you for everything, she said. I wouldn't have made it this far without you. He shrugged it off, knelt down next to her, rubbed her shoulder gently. She felt so warm. She closed her eyes and breathed into a sudden wash of tranquility. It's nothing, Ava. Really. And Rodri? Not Rodri again, she warned, pushing his hand away. I'm so sick of Rodri. He put his hand on her cheek, brushed the hair out of her face, spoke softly. I'm not telling you to call Rodri. he said. "I was going to say, having spent this time with you, he was a fool to let you go. You're worth fighting for." She smiled, but it was cut short by a kiss, and she found herself kissing back, harder and stronger, her arms wrapping round him. She shuddered as he nuzzled her neck, gripping his back with grasping fingers. And when her shirt came off, his lips on her flesh, she didn't feel the cold, but disappeared into a swarm of colors that flowed into the night. Outside Prague, Czech Republic, November 29th. A capsule sat at the side of the road, perched on 3 short legs like a metal grapefruit on a pedestal, a red beacon flashing intermittently on its top. From every angle, a reflective biohazard symbol warned the curious away, but there were none to see it this night. The healer sat shivering in the cold, nighttime air. A strap on his shoulder, readjusted round his arm, had stemmed the blood loss, but his arm was numb, hanging weakly at his side. He kept his other hand over the wound, feebly protecting it from the elements. A crisp wind blew across the field beyond, and a swirling mist of snow kicked up and flew into the moonlight. It was a desolate, evil place, but it was beautiful. The shades of blue and purple in the sky pulled him up into sleep, but he shook himself awake when he felt himself fading. The phone came alive, but it took a moment before he picked up the handset, awkwardly pushing the antenna up once more, then let it drop by his side. "Home to Green 4. What is your status?" He took a slow, shaky breath before replying, his voice a forced kind of calm. "Mission is in progress," he said. There was another pause, longer than usual, longer than necessary. "Your armor is reporting a breach, Green 4, came the reply, the tone somehow sharper. "A small cut," he lied. "It has been contained." He heard the echo of his own voice in the silence, and he looked into the sky. "We are tracking your package," Holmes said. Then another break, like they were trying to approach the obvious question with some kind of tact. "LS-411 has been contained?" The healer's good arm started to tremble. "The sample is not LS-411, he said. "A false lead gave me access to a new virus. It is not part of my current mission, but... Green 4, you must evacuate Prague as soon as possible. If LS-411 cannot be..." "I will handle it," he interrupted, sitting taller. "I have enough time." Static. Then, silence. "You must be out of Prague within 24 hours, Green 4. "I will be," he said, slumping a bit. Static again, and he heard some distant clicking, like typing or a pen tapping or... He was falling asleep again, woke up with a start. "Green 4, Holmes said. "Your heart rate is quite low." He was having trouble keeping his eyes pointed in the same direction, tried blinking slowly to keep himself in the present, but he was drifting to the right. "It is cold in Czechia," he said simply. He tipped over, his elbow catching him on an angle, and the pain from his shoulder erupted again, making his blurred vision wash blue, meshing perfectly with the blue in the sky. "Indeed," said Home, somewhere in his ears in between white noise. "You. Mission not. Recall. No." And then he landed softly in the snow, and the static overwhelmed him. He was standing on the banks of the river in the days when a light mask would do, and the water seemed very clean somehow, and he couldn't remember if it had ever been that way. Though he knew all that followed, he still had a sense of wonder, being so far from home. "Xiao Li," called a voice. and it seemed constantly behind him. It was her, that woman. He knew her name, but he couldn't find it. And as he turned round, he was standing in a dirt field, the metal risers beyond him, his captain high above them, and he was explaining their commission, their fates. Shaoli couldn't understand the words, but he knew what they meant, and a part of him, a future part, recoiled in disgust. And then, with a jolt, there he was, assembling the fence with his comrades, in the dark of night, locking in a city that never knew why. And the fences seemed impossibly tall to him, and the metal sharp as knives. And he thought he remembered it was so cruel what they were doing, but that also felt insincere. And now, again, at the fence, the survivors rushed, their faces so white with fear when they saw the barricades, the guards, their masks, their horrible, lifeless masks. And Shaoli was calling out to the others to stay close, hold the line, and he knew he was firing into the crowd, and he willed his arms to stop, but they were beyond his control now, and he wished he could die rather than see what came next, but he knew he must see it again. And there she was, the girl, the beautiful young girl with the wavy black hair, watching him, asking him why. And though he tried to look away, he could see her hair burning, her poor brown eyes asking him why. But then somehow it was different, and he was still warm. But there were no more sounds. He heard only breathing, soft, intense breathing. And he saw her eyes, that woman. Who was she? And she looked at him so closely he almost disappeared into her, and her lips bit together so wonderfully. He felt her hands on his back, like 1,000 caresses brushing past as one, and dove into her completely. And the sensation was swirling and wonderful, and so wonderful he almost couldn't. Couldn't what? Couldn't do this? No. He was standing on the border to Russia, his cloak new and brisk in the spring air, the fresh flowers never penetrating his mask. And though the sky was a glorious pink, yellow, and blue, he never enjoyed it, remembering how he'd come to be here. He hadn't told her he was leaving, had he? What was her name? And then, from the hospital, that poor wretch and his sister, begging him like the girl in the fire, their eyes wide with fear. Fearing him, and he feared himself too. Over and over, Shaoli couldn't help but stare, and he felt the coldness overtake him again, and he wished he could remember the name before he awoke. But he knew it was too late, that his job was not done, that he still had work to do. Kieslingstraße, 14, Nuremberg, Germany, July 3rd. It was so hot the mask was slipping off her face, slick with sweat, as she sat in the bedroom, sketching the quiet little house across the street, a massive tree throwing shadows across the lawn. There was a breeze making the light yellow curtains flutter, but the summer was impossibly dry and stifling, and the wind carried no relief. She checked the clock again, waited until she saw a digit change. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and she was sitting in bed, wearing a tank top and underwear, waiting. The clock jumped another minute, and she put down the sketchbook and the pencil, lumbered over to the window and peered out over the lazy street below. A bead of sweat fell off her nose and onto her arm. Just then, a knock at the door made her jump. She ran to the bed, threw her artwork to the floor, and sauntered over to the door, placing an inviting hand up the frame and creaking it open gradually to give Rodri a warm welcome. "Well, hello there," she said in her best sultry voice. But it wasn't Rodri. "Oh shit," she spat, and ran back into the room, snatching a thin blanket off the bed and wrapping herself quickly. The door swung open at the hand of a large and wide man, heavy muscles bulging through his drenched, short-sleeved business shirt. "Hi," he said in Russian, smiling in a way that he meant to be embarrassment, but was something less. "Looking for Rodri." Ava shrugged, moved back around the bed, covering herself more. "He's not home yet. But he'll be here any minute, so I'll just take a break, thanks," said the man, and he reached outside and slid a large cardboard box into the room, closing the door quietly. He pulled a folded magazine from his back pocket and waved non-existent cool air onto himself. "You got any lemonade?" he asked, cricking his neck. "Or just water? Anything cold like?" Eva darted a look to the small mini fridge they had by the window. She smiled weakly. "Cold bottled water?" "Fucking awesome," he exclaimed. She made her way over to the fridge, carefully holding the blanket around her, and pulled open the door. There were 2 bottles left, and she took the one with the dent in the side, handed it to the stranger carefully. "Thanks. You want any?" She shook her head no. "Suits me," he said, and downed the bottle in one go. "I'm Dmitri, by the way." Ava was so shocked, she dropped the blanket, had to rush to catch it before it hit the ground. "You're Dmitri? Wow. Oh, sorry. I didn't know what you never. I'm the silent partner." "Yeah," he said with a grin. "You ought to get some shorts on Ava. Gotta be hotter in that blanket than anything else." She nodded, backed away, snatched her shorts off the end of the bed, and slipped into the bathroom. She heard Dmitri tromping around the room, the sound of him shoving things around on their table, and the cardboard box sliding on. "So, no idea when your boy gets home?" he called to her. She finished changing, came out into the room, pacing anxiously. "None at all," she said. "He's usually home by 12:30. "For your afternoons off," Dmitri said with a grin. Yeah. He told me you wanted those. Refused to say why." He observed her appreciatively. "But I figured it out, just now." She blushed, backed into the other side of the room. "I guess I should thank you for all the help you've given us for the last few months," she said. "I know Rodri always says we'd have died of starvation if it weren't for you." "Oh, I don't know about that," Dmitri said. "Rodri's a pretty smart kid. I'm sure, between the two of you, you'd have found a way to make ends meet." There was something about the last part of the sentence that hung in the air, and so neither one spoke for a moment. "So what's in the box?" Ava asked, trying to lighten things again. "The usual equipment. Refills." "Refills? For websites?" "Something like that," he said, tossing the empty bottle to the garbage, a perfect shot. "You keep in touch with anyone from Italy? Austria?" Ava shook her head sadly. "No. I didn't get to go out much except to sell my art. Didn't have many clients, and fewer friends." "Read the news much?" Ava frowned. "I can't read German. Can I?" "Why do you ask?" Dmitri shrugged. "Things in the news is all. Don't worry about it." Ava was unsure. Dmitri checked his watch suddenly, wincing. "Listen, I've got to catch a train soon. Can you make sure Rodri gets this box as soon as he gets in?" "Absolutely," Ava said, the imminent departure releasing her tension. "I'll tell him you stopped by." Dmitri nodded. Do that. And can you tell him to call me? We need to chat, I think." "Of course," she said. Dmitri strode to the door, put a hand on the knob, then paused, turned back. "Say, Ava," he began, then lay silent for a moment, thinking. You don't help old Rodri out with his work, do you? I mean, when you're not painting and such?" "No," Ava said, shaking her head slowly. "Rodri keeps the work stuff at work, so I don't hear much about it." "Why?" Dmitri shrugged, scratched his chin. "It's nothing," he said, his good humor returning. "Just didn't want him dragging you into the nuts and bolts, if you know what I mean. Work is work, and home is home, as you say. I'm just thinking ahead of myself here. Pay no attention." He smiled, waved, opened the door. "See you later, kid," he said, then let himself out. Ava stood there in the empty room, chilled despite the heat, and stared at the cardboard box on the table. A thin layer of tape held the flaps shut, but it was already resealed once, Ava could tell. She stood over, fingers dancing across the rough brown surface, thinking. The door was closed, no sounds from outside. She checked the clock again, then back to the box. Carefully, very carefully, she pulled the tape loose. The first thing she saw was a stack of long and thin boxes, wrapped in words in all languages, but one leapt out at her. Incubator refill. She took it out, opened it, slid out one of 3 long plastic tubes, filled with a milky gelatin. Its cap a smooth brass disc. She ran her finger down the side. It was cold, sterile, vicious. She dropped it back into the package, closed it carefully, hands shaking. Next to it was a folder, and inside was a data disk, marked with pen, scratchy and sloppy. NUREMBERGA. One code and instructions. Her mind in a haze, Eva put the disk down on the table, flipped through the papers in the folder. Reams of hex code, instructions in a syntax she didn't understand. 10,000 lines of them. She closed them, replaced them in the box gently, and accidentally toppled over a small container with a bright orange lid. She picked it up and saw it was filled with a clear liquid. It had the same writing on it as the disc. Nuremberg 1. "You fucker," she gasped. "What have you done?" She put the container back into the box, rifled through the rest, and came to a red folder which she tore open, and then staggered back at what she saw. Newspaper articles, a huge array of them, printed badly, detailing death at the hands of viruses that had killed thousands. She shivered as she saw the places, the dates: Modena, Italy, Graz, Austria, Linz. She turned around, saw the door behind her, saw the clock, saw the bed, and just stood there, unmoving. Outside, the first breeze in weeks blew by, and she heard the distant laughter of children, a dog barking. She looked back at the box, at the orange container, the disc. She grabbed them up, ran to the dresser, threw it open and pulled out random clothes, scattershot, throwing them into her old backpack. Shoving it full, she found a framed photo of her and Rodri, just after Italy, intertwined happily in the countryside. She threw it against the wall, the glass shattering all over the bed. At the door, she felt the weight of the orange-topped container in her hand, and she looked at the bed, the shards there, and down at the poison she held. She wound up, ready to throw. But then she squeezed it, shoved it into her backpack, and ran out the door and away. never once looking back. Staropramena 2, Prague, Czech Republic, November 30th. Ava came back to life as the pale light came through the windows and crept across her face. She rolled to her side, the blanket soft against her skin, the room still warm as the heaters clicked off. Slowly, her head started to ache, a dull pain right behind her eyes, and with it, the cold got to her. She slipped on her clothes, let the mask hang loose around her neck, and ripped open a food packet from the depot the night before. "Pyotr, you gone to get the stuff?" she asked the open air. No one replied. The sky outside was clear for a change, a soulless white and gray, and she wiped the sleep from her eyes, trying to think straight. She thought she heard water running, but the kitchen was empty. She shook her head, went back to the living room, stared out the windows at the street below. There were no footprints in the snow today, no trace how she and Pyotr had arrived. A gust of wind blew some trash from the long pile in front of the building. A yellow plastic biohazard bag, emptied of its deadly burden, floated ominously down the street. "Ava," said a voice, and it wasn't Pyotr's. She got to her feet, turned around quickly, backed to the empty window. "Who's there?" she called. Still, no one replied. She edged to the kitchen, found a knife in a drawer, and moved back to the window, keeping her back to the wall at all times. She swore she heard scratching from the far end of the room, but it was impossible. There was no one there. She could see no one was there. She checked out the window, back to the clean snow, shuddering. "Pyotr, please come back. Please." When she turned back, Rodri was standing before her. "Ava," he said, his eyes raw, skin pale. "You left me." She shrieked, held the knife out at him, backed further, but there was nowhere to go. "Stay back," she shouted. "Don't come any closer." He didn't move his feet, but he reached a poor, wretched hand out to her. "Why did you leave me, Ava? Why would you leave me there?" "You're a monster," she shouted. "But we're in love. You love me." "No," she shouted, swinging the knife at the open air between them, covering her eyes. "You're a monster. Just leave me alone." When she looked back, the room was empty. Her heart skipped a beat, and she lowered the knife, eyes darting left and right. The wind blew snow into the room, cold blades on her face, and she flinched. "Ava," said Rodri from right beside her. She screamed, swung the knife out, missing by an inch, and scuttled backwards, into the wall, and then ran full tilt back to the stairs, slipping and tumbling down them until she crashed to the floor, the knife sliding away. She made a mad scramble towards it, grabbing it with her sprained hand, quickly scraping to her knees and up, down the hall. She heard a thump from above, and a scrape, and the light down the stairs was blocked by a tottering form. "Ava," called Rodri ghostly. "Ava, we need to talk." She raced around the corner, into a back part of the house, and slipped onto her face at something slick on the floor. Blood. She got to her feet, bracing against the walls, ran faster, down to a small closet at the end of the hall, pushed inside and curled into the corner, knife pointing up and out, trembling, fighting off hysteria. "Go away. Go away," she cursed. "Leave me alone. Please leave me alone." The only light came from a crack in the door, pale yellow, right across her eye. She reached back into the darkness, found a blanket on the ground, covered herself, trying to make herself invisible. While she struggled, something fell out of the blanket, hit the ground with a thump. She froze, knife pointed at the crack in the door, looked down, up and down again. It was a small laptop, lying on the floor, its soft blue sleep light pulsing. She reached a nervous hand out, turned it over right side up, and lifted the lid. No sound from the hallway as the computer resumed its previous state. It took a moment, hummed to itself, and then began showing a flickering video feed, distorted and grainy. She stared at it a full minute before she realized what she saw. The room upstairs, the window, the snow-covered streets, the sofa, the sheets where she'd made love, the wrapper she dropped on the floor. Into the shot, stiff and awkward, walked Rodri. He looked round the room, to the window, then back to the stairs. And then, very deliberately, he looked straight at her. She shuddered, threw the computer back against the wall, covered her eyes. When she looked back, he was gone, but the computer had switched programs, bringing another to the front. A browser window showing a discussion forum. She recognized the colors instantly, read the banner with a gaping mouth. The University of Paris Alumni Association. She reached out, pulled the computer closer, touched the trackpad, and scrolled down the page. Up again. Notices of births, weddings, so many deaths. Have you seen Frederick? Or, remembering my dear sweet Annabelle. She clicked on one, saw a photo of a girl she'd never known, smiling in her school colors, with an accounting of her death at the hands of the one of the Western plagues. The smile didn't fit the words, and Ava closed it quickly to avoid the sight. And there, at the top of the page, she saw something that tore at her eyes. Rodri Tennant, read this now. Checking the crack in the door, she clicked through, read the short message. Rodri, loving your girl for you. Love Pater at Prague XOXO. Below was a video clip on a loop, and she bit back a gasp as she saw herself, naked on the sheets upstairs, Piotr over her, moving back and forth in the dim light. She began to shake, tears in her eyes, hand covering her mouth. I'm sorry you had to find out like this, said Piotr from the doorway, hands in his pockets and his face solemn and cold. I don't understand, Ava gasped. Why? He pushed the door open, further, and she re-gripped the knife, the tip aimed straight at his heart. They're after Rodri, Ava, not you. It was never you. You were just bait. You used me as bait? I had to, he said, not pleading. Bullshit, she spat. They gave me no choice. They said if I didn't get Rodri to Prague, they'd send me back. Send you back where? Prison, he said, dodging her glare. She pulled further back into the closet, kept darting looks to the hall beside him. I've been locked up since Mazel died. I almost beat her doctor to death. Ava blinked, stunned. So all that about finding new places to live, you being at the police station, that was all lies? Piotr nodded meekly, ashamed. It was a setup. They left the door unlocked so we could run into each other, escape together. Sobotka's been taking care of us. The pills were her idea. Like throwing me onto my head? Listen, we both freaked out about that. The last thing either of us wanted to do is have you die over this. Hell, she gave me the gun when she found out about the university. Hurting you is not what we're about, Ava. Yeah, not until you get what you want. He shook his head, sighed. I know this won't count for much, but I'm ready to run away with you for real. They can trace me, but I bet they won't if we move fast. I got the stuff ready. I was coming back to get you, to take you away. I was going to get out of here. With you. And you'd never have to know about any of this. She aimed the knife at him, breathing deeply. You lied to me. You're lying to me now. All you want is Rodri. I'm bait, and that's it. Ava, that's not true. I'd take care of you. Not like Rodri did. From what I hear, he's done some twisted shit, and he's put you in the middle of it. I'd never risk you. I wouldn't launch a major virus strike into my girlfriend's hometown. She narrowed her eyes, got to her feet, back against the wall. Pyotr did the same. Rodri's behind Prague 1? She asked, weak. Pyotr nodded, solemn. They think if they can get him here, he won't launch the strike and they can arrest him. So why not just ask me? Ask me to lure him. Why all this? He shrugged. Frankly, Ava, they're not sure you're not working with him. They couldn't risk it. And you? What do you think? He smiled at her, and it was almost like his old self was back again. I heard you last night. I know how you feel about all this. I know you'd never kill innocent people. The knife lowered gently, then shot back up. Pyotr kept a safe distance, eyeing her carefully. I just want my mother back, Ava cried. I want my mom and I want to get out of this town and never come back. Her eyes cleared suddenly, and she stepped forward, jutting. What did they do to my mother? Where is she? They don't know, Ava, I swear. They planted her coat upstairs with Rodri's number to make you call, but they are as much in the dark about that as you. I swear none of us know where she is. Now listen, please. Your plan to escape was a good one. I'm ready to go, and I know it'll take time before you really trust me again. But we have to go now, before Sabatka catches on. She didn't lower the knife, kept checking for Rodri around the corner. Pyotr sighed. But Eva, really, if you're not on board for this, I'm still going, he said, and pulled the gun from his belt, aiming it squarely at her chest. So, you're going to have to make a pretty big choice right now. He flicked the safety, shook his head slightly at her. She watched the weapon anxiously, the knife swaying downward, but not out. What's it going to be? He said. Just then, a second gun slid in, pointed at Pyotr's temple, turned a bit to the side. Ava gasped when she saw the face beside Pyotr, grim and unflinching. Put the gun down, said Dmitri, or I paint that wall a nice shade of fucked up. Outside Prague, Czech Republic, November 30th. When he awoke, the healer felt cold, much colder than he should have. He had trouble seeing in the darkness, but he noticed the brown spines of his tent above him and eased back, calm again. There were voices next to him, laughing, happy, speaking in a language he didn't understand. He turned his head stiffly towards them, pain shooting from his shoulder. Enuma sat close by, smiling and putting beads and jewels in the girl's hair, which shone a fiery orange and yellow, but black at the same time. The girl noticed him first, her expression changing from joy to anxious observation. Then Enuma looked over, kept her smile, and nodded to him slowly, reassuring. She reached out to him, but he stopped her, catching her hand in his. Her skin was so soft, and he caressed her fingertips with his thumb. Gentle, gentle. He felt a sudden panic, jerked upright when he realized He wasn't wearing his gloves. He grasped at his chest, his arms. They were bare, his skin exposed, his body in the open air. He threw his head back, gasped madly, but the oxygen was tight, and he flailed against it, fought against it. But then the darkness swarmed over him again. Enuma was checking his wound the next time he opened his eyes, her face so close to his, he had trouble telling if it was another dream. He moved his head slightly, and she recoiled, scared of him, but not running yet. His shoulder ached with a strange, dull pain he couldn't pinpoint. He tried moving his arm to feel it, but realized his arms were strapped down. Several straps around his forearms, his thighs and calves. He was trapped. He panicked, started to struggle against them. "What are you doing?" he said, his mask making it hard to breathe. "Let me go." "You were flailing in your sleep," she said, pushing a firm hand down on his bare chest, and it calmed him somewhat. "You had nightmares. They're done now. Let me go." "You said the same thing an hour ago," she warned, pushing him back. "Lie still, or you will tear the stitches." He obeyed, slowing his breathing, laying back again. The straps were tight and thin, cutting into his skin, but when he relaxed, they were much less obtrusive. He stared up at the tent, the wind blowing it softly, and said nothing. "You have lost a lot of blood," Enuma said, sliding closer again. "It was a gunshot?" He nodded slightly. "Your brother's fault," he said. "How did you find me?" "I followed you as you left the hospital. You did not look well. I was not sure what I would... I did not see you," he said, worry strong in his voice. "I do not think you saw much. You should not be alive with all that blood loss. The bullet did not do any major damage, but you will have to stay here for several days." "No," he groaned. "There is no time. I must go by morning." He checked the sides of the tent suddenly, back and forth, looking for a crack, for a hint. "What time is it?" he gasped. "How long have I slept?" She pushed his chest again, and he stopped fighting, lay back again. "The sun is still down," she said, "but it would be foolish to go out there too soon. You do not know what might... I have a schedule. It cannot wait." She nodded, said nothing for a moment. "Whose mission is it?" she asked. "Are you helping my brother, or yourself?" He looked away, his arms tensing against the straps. "Neither," he said bitterly. She sighed, reached over and pulled the gauze off his wound, checking it carefully. He groaned at the contact, but didn't resist it. "It does not hurt," he said. "That is the morphine. I found it in your pack." He stared at her, eyes wide behind his mask. "What did you touch? What did you touch?" "As little as possible, and I will keep the morphine, just in case." She sat back, pulled a needle from her pocket, stared at it guiltily. It seemed to weigh more to her than it should have. "Why are you saving me?" he asked, voice flat. I do not know if I am, yet," she whispered. They sat in silence again, both staring at the needle. "You must be shot at often," Enuma muttered. "People fear me," he said, his voice stale. She nodded. "That is your nature. You bring fear and pain." His eyes couldn't leave the needle. He strained against the straps again, getting nowhere. Do not bring pain, he said, his temper rising. The pain came before me. She looked at him again. Her eyes were narrow, cold. Suffering comes before you, she said, her voice filling with venom. Death and agony come too. But you bring pain. You kill their hope when you enter the room. They should not use rooms, he spat, and her face twitched. It is cruel and unfair. Unfair? Unfair to whom? She snapped. The patient or your sacred social order? Both, he hissed. Neither deserve that fate. He would have grabbed her if he could, but he was stuck there, a captive, awaiting his execution. His frustration boiled over. We warned them. We told them to outlaw the machines before the damage was too great. They ignored us, and they are paying for their mistakes. Those machines did so much good, she argued. The cure for AIDS. They denied it to you. You defend them? Many other great things as well. If it had not been for the incubators, where would humanity be now? Alive, yelled the healer. We would find the same cures, without the damage done. But their decisions left us with none. All my work, all my sacrifice, undone in a moment, all because of weak resolve. I will not let that happen. If they will not take care of themselves, we will do it for them. She stared at him, her mouth clenched shut. You cannot believe what you have done is right, she said, and he focused hard to block the image of fire. You cannot believe you are not guilty of murder. He paused, tried to control himself. I am not answerable to you, he said, and she gripped the syringe tighter, looked away. No, she said quietly. He sighed loudly. And you? Are you a murderer? She met his eyes, then held the needle up before her, turned it slightly, as if contemplating. I cannot tell. Is there such a thing as a necessary evil? He rolled his head back, slammed it against the ground, agonizing. Stop trying to be a hero. We are all killers here. She shook her head slowly. I am not. Not yet. And I cannot tell if taking one life to save another. The 100th is the same as the 2nd, or the 1st. Be done with it. Whatever you wish, do it. She lowered the needle, but didn't put it away. You are wrong. There is a difference between the one and the many. You are guilty of far worse, and you know it. He barely flinched. Our hospitals, he began, quietly at first. They help broken bones and pregnant women. Yours are like funeral parlors staffed by doctors. Our children wear masks for colds, not to survive. You live in a pandemic day after day. To us, it is a distant nightmare. She sneered at him. A nightmare black with ashes, she intoned. We made sacrifices. We saw the future and stopped it before it killed us. It hurt us far more than it hurt you to watch. It was the only way to survive. In 8 months, we were safe. Yet you have worked for 5 years with no progress, no victories. Society rotting from all sides. We contained our tragedy. You wallow in it. She looked at her hands on her lap for a few moments, her fingers unmoving, curled slightly, and he said nothing. Let her be. Her weapon rolled between her palm and her fingers, gently. Society is not the sum of its people, she said, talking more to herself than to him. It is not something you protect at the expense of its parts. You see a man with a diseased leg. You do not kill him because the effort to save him is too great. You treat him. You fight for him. You save him. And if you cannot, You give him hope in his last days." "Hope is a luxury you cannot afford," he replied. "You sound like someone I know." She sighed. "The older man? The doctor?" She nodded. "He thinks hope is dangerous too," she said. "Hope and trust. He has seen things you cannot comprehend." "And what about you? How did you deal with those things he saw? You were there, were you not? You saw what happened there." "An entire generation of medical genius destroyed," he interrupted, "by a set of plagues so much simpler than the ones we fight now." "He learned from his mistakes," he said. "Some of them anyway. We did our best to contain it, but without the social structures being enforced, it means nothing. Your doctor saw that. Noble intentions count for nothing if you fight a blaze by spitting at smoke. This is not your battle. It's not your battle. You are not even from here. What did they say to convince you to risk your life for them? I could not let them die like this. No. They had no trouble leaving you at the mercy of tuberculosis, meningitis, AIDS. We would never abandon our allies. If we did, we would be alone in the world. You are. You lost the last of your friends the day you set those towns on fire." He said nothing, turned his head away. "You dream of them," she said, guilty almost. "They haunt you." He looked back, tired. "You know nothing about it." She nodded, turned the needle over in her hand again. "There is enough morphine here to stop your heart," she said, morose. "And I cannot think of a reason not to use it." She met his eyes, or his goggles, with a sad stare. "And it is wrong, is it not?" she asked. He said nothing. "You would kill my brother," she said. "You would kill him and anyone else you choose, all to keep a schedule. A schedule. These are people you are hurting, but they are just names on a page to you. Another job to finish before the time is up. I have no choice. It is my duty. And what if you fail? What happens if you just refuse? What if you say, 'Enough is enough. I will not do it anymore'?" "That is not my choice," he sighed. "I cannot stop." "Why not?" "I cannot fail them." "Why not?" she yelled. "Because they would send me back home," he boomed, fighting against the straps and sending pain shooting down his arm. "They would send me back, and I cannot go back there." Neither spoke for a moment. Finally, she nodded, carefully held the needle to his arm, and he felt the prick, a warm sensation creeping up and through his body, and he gasped, closing his eyes, letting it carry him. He felt the straps come loose around his arms, falling to his sides. The pain slipped away, and he realized, slowly, that he was not dying. He looked over at her, slow, uncertain, and she shot the rest of the morphine onto the ground, threw the needle there. "You do have a choice," she said to him solemnly. He said nothing, stayed still, watching her pull her knees up, hugging them gently, resting her head there, quietly distraught. "You will save my brother, and you will wipe his disease from the face of the earth. And then, when you place another checkmark next to your list of accomplishments, you can make your choice." She wiped a tear from her eye with her sleeve, took a shaky breath. Then he found himself reaching a hand out, touched her arm, and she didn't recoil. "This nightmare," he said softly. "It ruins your soul." She choked on a sob, shook her head. "My soul is broken already," she said. "I have blood on my hands. Each one of the lives you will take today, those are all my fault. I could have stopped you here tonight, but I refused." She looked at him, eyes full. "I am not scared of hell," she said. "I am terrified of the company I will have to keep there." Masilkova, 27, Prague, Czech Republic, November 30th. Ava landed on the floor next to Pyotr as Dmitri paced in behind them, cracking his knuckles. He stood in front of the door, feet apart, ready to keep the peace inside the small, white-tiled room. A simple metal desk and 2 chairs sat along one wall, 3 drops of red beneath them, stark against the overwhelming white. "Now then," Dmitri said, twitching his mask side to side. "Let's get you 2 sorted. Ava, I know." "Hi, Ava." She said nothing, pulled herself into a ball and watched him. But this joker, all I know about him is that he was pointing a gun when I first saw him, which, at least in my books, isn't the proper way to treat a lady. Dmitri winked at Ava, but she ignored it. "I'm her B-boyfriend," Pyotr said, and Ava just laughed. "I can think of at least 2 people who'd say otherwise," chuckled Dmitri. Ava's mouth dropped open, and she remembered. "Where's Rodri?" she demanded, getting to her knees now. "What's going on?" Dmitri shrugged at her, scratched his cheek. "You tell me," he said. "I haven't seen Rodri in, well, longer than you, I think. You passed along my message that time." "Not exactly." "Figures. Well, whatever happened, he ain't here." "But I saw him, back at the building. He was chasing me." Dmitri cocked an eyebrow at her, glanced to Pyotr for confirmation, but Pyotr seemed just as confused. Ava was running her hands through her hair, trembling. "Ava, kid, if he'd been there, I would have seen him. Believe me." She shook her head anxiously. "I saw him. I know I did. He's here, in Prague. He's looking for me." Just then, there was a quick knock at the door, and it opened, slow and creaking. The light from the hallway was musty and almost gray, but the silhouette there was unmistakable. Ava screamed, backed behind Pyotr, pointing madly. "Liar! Liar! He's here!" Rodri stood in the doorway, arms crossed, head shaking sadly. He was wearing a black suit, no tie, but his hair was a mess as always, his beard looking sickly and crusted. "Ava," he said solemnly, "you shouldn't have run." She wailed, backed into the corner, covering her head with her arms. She felt strong hands pulling at her, and she fought and kicked, trying to keep them off, keep the smell of him away. Suddenly she was thrown onto the ground, on her back, hands holding her arms at her sides, someone else pinning her legs down. She heard them talking, but she refused to open her eyes for them, weaving her head from side to side, as if she could escape by sheer force of thought. "Ava, look at me," said Rodri. "Ava, look at me," said Dmitri. "She's too strong," grunted Pyotr. She pushed with all her strength, kicked Pyotr off her legs, and he slammed into the wall. She twisted and fought, wrestling against impossible odds. But then she felt a tight, strong hand around her neck, squeezing slightly, and she lay still, refusing to open her eyes. "Kill her, Dmitri," Rodri said. "She betrayed me." She cried, tried to swat him away, but he tightened his hold. "I'm sorry, Rodri," she stammered. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. The hand on her neck eased up slightly, and she took a ragged breath. What the hell is she? Dmitri said, his voice distant. Shit, gasped Piotr. She's infected. She must be infected. With what? Growled Dmitri. I don't know. It drives you insane, whatever it is, and... Ava, whispered Rodri in her ear. Ava, why won't you kiss me anymore? She felt a cold hand run down her neck, her chest, and slip against her bare waist, sending a chill up her spine. She kicked out, missing him, and he ran his fingers up along her side, gentle, probing. Stop it, she screamed. Stop touching me. I hate you. Did you give her a Pathenex stopper? Dmitri said, fading into the distance, while his hand was still on her neck. Half of it, Piotr admitted. I used Tezoset for the second pill. Are you a fucking moron? That's a hallucinogen on its own, not to mention the immunosuppression she must have going on. I needed her asleep. I didn't mean to. Oh, Ava, whispered Rodri in her ear. What did you do? Did you fuck him? Did you betray me? No, Ava gasped. No, I'd never. I saw you, he breathed. I saw it all, and I think you liked it. The hand around her neck loosened again, and she flailed her arms around, hitting Dmitri, his stubbled cheek, but missing Rodri every time. Dmitri knelt on her hurt wrist, and she cried in pain, pushing her other hand against her forehead, weeping uncontrollably. She heard the sounds of the door opening, quick footsteps, the clink of plastic on the ground, a light prick on her arm, just about the elastic brace, and then a cold, metallic sensation flooding her veins. You'll like this, Rodri whispered to her, his hand brushing the side of her breast. I made it, specially for you. Murderer, she screamed, and had her head pushed back against the floor, smelled onions, cologne. Ava, said Dmitri, loud and clear. Ava, it's all in your head. I know you know that, and I need you to focus. It's all in your head. Rodri isn't here. It's just me and the fucktard. Nobody else is here, I promise you. Ava slowed her breathing, felt the depth come back to the room, the sounds less threatening, and her heart rate slow. She didn't open her eyes, but stopped crying. You promise? She whimpered. I do, Ava. Open your eyes. It'll be okay. I can't, she pleaded. I can't. You can, Dmitri told her. I can't. He'll be there. I can't see him. Please. He's not here, Ava. You know that. You know this disease. You know how it works. Think past it, kid. It makes sense if you think past it. Ava stopped breathing, listened. She heard 2 sets of breaths, 2 sets of clothes moving, 2 souls around her. She exhaled slowly, cautiously, and she opened her eyes. All good? Dmitri asked her gently. It was him, and only him. No one else. No Rodri. She nodded faintly and he let her go. She sat herself up, rubbing her neck, taking stuttering breaths. Piotr lay against the far wall, white as a ghost, and the rest of the room was empty. There was no Rodri. Dmitri patted her knee, got to his feet. That shot should keep you stable for an hour or 2, he said, dusting off his trousers. But if you start to see anything else odd in the room, let me know, okay? Okay. Eva nodded, catching her breath. What did you give me? A little cocktail we made that seems to suppress the symptoms, Dmitri replied. Temporarily. And never as far as we'd like. What do you... I'm at a loss about what to do with your boy toy here, Dmitri interrupted, darting a mean glare at Pyotr. 'Cause as I see it, he's lied to you. He's denied you vital drugs at a critical time. He's given you what might charitably be called a date rape drug. It was for her head. She was in pain. Yeah, and my gun's primarily for pistol whipping. Shut your hole. It's not your turn to talk. He turned back to Ava, then pulled his gun from within his jacket, dropped the safety and pointed it at Pyotr. Ava, Dmitri said, businesslike. I don't know what happened after he gave you that pill, and I don't want to know. But since you and Rodri were like family, I'm going to give you this choice. How's he going to leave the room? 'Cause I'm fine with either way. Ava saw Pyotr, cowering in the corner, looking at her with pleading, desperate eyes. She rubbed her bandaged hand across her head, tried to think through the pain, the confusion. Pyotr said nothing, but mouthed words to her that she couldn't understand. Things she didn't care to understand. She shook her head, turned away. No more killing, she sighed. Just get him out of here. Dmitri looked to Ava, paused. Pyotr was trembling. Dmitri put his gun away, paced to Pyotr and yanked him to his feet, dragged him to the door. Ava, wait! Pyotr cried as he was forced against the wall as the door opened and two large men in black suits came in. Please, they'll put me back in. Please don't do this. We can still get away. It wasn't all an act. It wasn't all fake. The door closed, and Dmitri turned to Ava, his hands in his pockets, sighed. Wasn't all fake, he says, Dmitri mused, is what my ex-wife used to say. He smirked at his own joke, coughed and pulled a chair from the table, offering it to Ava. She sat, tentative, and he hopped up on the table itself, lounging comfortably in the cold, sterile room. So, you feeling okay? He asked her. Just you and me in here now? She nodded, checked around just to be sure. Good, 'cause what I need you to do, I need you to focus on. Ava frowned. What do you need me to do? What you've got, Ava. We know it. It's called Nuremberg 6. It's nastier than you know. And the kicker is, it's infected some of our people. We didn't see the signs until it was pretty far advanced, and we've been fighting to contain it ever since. Ava scowled at him.
How's this my problem?
It's your problem, because the same things that are happening to them, they're happening to you too. We don't know what its end stage is, but we're not keen to find out. We want it fixed, and we want it fixed now. So what? You want to test the cures on me? I'm your guinea pig? He laughed, patted her shoulder, but she swatted him away. Hell no, Eva. See, our regular programmer has gone missing. I think you know him. She scowled. Yeah, Dmitri continued. And without him, we're kinda screwed. Or we were screwed. Until you showed up. I keep telling people, I don't know how to make viruses. And even if I did, I wouldn't help you. Dmitri gave her a dead look, scratched his chin under his mask. Even if it means you go batshit crazy? Ava shuddered, remembering the sound of Rodri in her ear, but she shook her head. I won't lift a finger to help you. You're all murderers. Dmitri sighed, slapped his knees, and got up off the table, leaving Ava sitting there, alone. Fine, he said. I kinda thought you'd say that. He opened the door, leaned out and motioned, then looked back to Ava, shaking his head. I get that you don't want to help me. You don't know me. If I asked myself for this kind of help, I'd probably have trouble resolving to pitch in too. But you don't need to do it for me. Or for you. On the other hand, you may want to do it for somebody else. You can all fucking die for all I care, she spat. Even her? Dmitri asked as a stretcher wheeled in, carrying Eva's mother. Musilkova 27, Prague, Czech Republic, November 30th. Mama! Ava gasped, running. She grabbed her mother's shoulders tightly, brushed her hair back, held back tears. Her mother stared blankly at the ceiling, her face aged, worn, and 2 long cuts on her cheeks half healed. An IV strung up and out of her arm, saline dripping in like a heartbeat. She was restrained, but she made no move to escape, and at once Ava started fighting with the straps, trying to undo them, let her free. A large hand wrapped around hers. You don't want to do that, Dmitri said. She doesn't do well when she's free. Ava held her mother's hand gently, stroked it. What did you do to her? She whispered. She's got what you've got, but it's much worse. We gave her one of those cocktails about 20 minutes ago. And this is as good as it gets with her. She's not really conscious unless she's full-on sick, and that's not a pleasant place for her to be. I know you don't trust us, that you don't want to help us. But Ava, babe, if you don't fix this thing for us, this is going to be you in 3 weeks. This, or worse. Ava saw 2 suited men carrying in an incubator, setting it on the table and plugging it in. She looked back to her mother, rested her head against the blank, scarred face. I don't know how to do it, she cried softly. You keep saying that, and it sounds just like Rodri, back at the start. But he picked it up real fast, and from what I hear, he wasn't half the bright one that you are. Don't these incubators have some kind of automated system? Something more reliable than human trial and error? Anything else? Could be, sniffed Dmitri. Might be a software patch somewhere I don't know about since the manufacturers have all been out of business for years. Ava looked to the incubator, eyes shot with tears. What if I screw it up? You really want to take that chance? Dmitri punched the incubator on, the screen flickering to life. He dusted off her chair, turned it. Give it a go. Let me know what you think. He nodded to her, and she reluctantly sat on the chair, touched the trackpad, and began investigating the incubator's software. A large, simple window opened, happily showing a stylized molecule, and welcomed her to the world of personalized bioengineering. A small alert flashed before her, giving her the tip of the day. The results, pane at the bottom of the screen, shows you the outcome of your work against the most common blood samples for your geographic location. To test against other locales, please choose Edit Locale under the Profiles menu. She clicked Dismiss, got a lay of the land. Dmitri reached a finger in, pushed the screen as he talked. I'm no genius, but what Rodri told me is this. You load in a blood sample here, and it does up a nice doodle of what the virus looks like. So let's give this a go. Load up one of the samples we've got. He swatted her hands off the trackpad, navigated a few menus until a complex string of different colored rectangles filled the middle pane of the screen. Faux glossy and inviting, like a children's puzzle game, and not a matter of life or death. You seem pretty good at this, Ava remarked. Why don't you find the cure yourself? Dimitri smirked. Just 'cause I can print, don't mean I can write. Look here. Left side, this is your tool set. There are, about 100 different things you can drag around and slap together. Me, I don't know shit about this, so I just make the prettiest little chain I can figure. So let's try the red square, the blue diamond, and the yellow, what's it called? Trapezoid. Bless you. Now, see. Dimitri demonstrated his new creation in the top pane, the background a calm sea blue with animated bubbles creeping up. Almost pleasant. Ava sighed at it all. Now we hit this button here. Test. And Dimitri's structure melded itself together, grew stems connecting some elements, and then a set of arrows appeared between the top and middle panes, suggesting the application of the first to the second. After a moment or two, new shapes and colors fell from the middle pane into the bottom, and the window's frame turned red. A warning flashed on the side of the screen. 4 alerts reported patient dies of massive internal hemorrhaging. Patient suffers severe stroke. Patient may experience vision loss. Patient may exhibit rash. Ava cocked an eyebrow, and Dimitri sighed. Believe it or not, this is better than usual. Last time it told me I'd successfully constructed Ebola. That was a good day, let me tell you. Ava shook her head, hit the clear button, and Dimitri's creation disappeared. She pointed at the tool set, scrolling down the list, incredulous. I don't know why you thought I'd be good at this, she said. This is a stupidly complex program to figure out. Look at all these things. I don't know what even a fraction of these mean. The incubators were made for pharmacists, I think. They kind of assume you know a bit about medicine or something. Which I don't. But neither did Rodri, and what he told me. He said the only things you really need to worry about are the first 20 shapes. The rest are compounds, and you can live without them. He said that when you really get down to it, this is like any other program. Forget about the molecules or the blood samples or any of that crap, and just treat it like what you know. Ava shook her head sadly. I'll screw it up, she said. Then it'll tell you. And you start over. It doesn't require skill. It just requires a brain that can think a certain way. And yours does that. Ava sighed, moved a red square over to the compound in the middle, and watched part of the structure crumble. Hey, cool, real time, exclaimed Dimitri. Didn't know you could do that. See? You're a natural. Ava slammed her fist down on the desk, turned on Dimitri. What happened with Rodri? She demanded. He was good. He was good. And somehow you corrupted him, made him do this. What in the hell did you do to him? Dimitri placed a heavy hand on Ava's shoulder. Less chatter, more working. We don't have all day here. You're due to start flaking out in 90-some minutes, and I don't have an infinite supply of that cocktail if I'm feeding 3 people at once. Ava hesitated, as if she might refuse, but then slowly turned back to the incubator, put her hands on the trackpad, and began to work. Dimitri leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, arms behind his head. Ava began by figuring out the effect of each shape in her palette. The red squares chipped away at certain parts of Nuremberg 6, but left other byproducts behind. The yellow circles helped with others, but again, let dangerous elements fall. She tried pairing a red square with a yellow circle, and it did eat up most of the usual suspects, but then it left a shower of purple squares that did more damage than anything before. After some work, she found a way to embed a trio of shapes inside a container, which was attached as a subset of another element. This one led to no fallout, but it made Nuremberg 6 split in two, each piece much more immediately dangerous than mere delirium. She made a more complex compound, creating depths and depths of embedded elements, trying to catch every bit, stop them from falling into the bottom of the screen. Dmitri watched her work, held his breath every time the machine processed results, sighed quietly every time it returned a death sentence. He didn't speak a word, just sat beside her, observing. Eventually, the compound was too big to fit on the screen, and she scrapped it all, starting with a single purple circle, and built more streamlined functions around the core. The results were discouraging, but after a while, she started to see a pattern emerging. She clasped her hands together, leaned back from the table. "What?" Dmitri asked, waking from a stupor. "What's wrong? What happened?" "I'm close, I think," Ava said, eyes fixed on the shapes. "I think this is close." "You've got 4 big chunks of it that kill the patient more ways than I can count," he complained. "I think you and me have different definitions of close." "Ignore that. Look at how it works. I'm breaking it up so this red, this blue, see? They don't stay together. They were causing the strokes. I'm splitting it up so the worst parts don't survive. Then all I need to do is beat those 4 compounds and we've got a cure," Dmitri said, hopeful. "I don't know, but it's the best I've got right now." "Ava," called her mother suddenly, seizing up, trying to escape her restraints. Dmitri and Ava ran to her side. He tightened the straps while Ava stroked her hair. Mama, can you hear me?"
Ava. Someone find Ava. She's all alone in the bath."
Her mother wasn't looking at her at all. She was in her own world, and it made Ava shiver to remember the feeling. Dmitri checked her 4, shook his head. "She's coming out of it early. We need another cocktail." "Somebody help me. She might have drowned. Someone please give me a ride home before she drowns." Ava turned away, back to the incubator. Dmitri opened the door, leaned out, frowning. The hall was empty. He took his phone from his jacket, hit a button. "Where is everyone?" he barked in heavily accented English. "We need another..." He trailed off, listening, then nodded. "Be right there. Somebody get a new cocktail down to Kolikov. I'm locking them in." He looked back to Ava, the door half closed. She darted nervous glances between him and her mother, who was starting to fight harder against her restraints, crying at the imagined fear of losing a child. "Sit tight," Dmitri said. "I'll be back as soon as I can. Just concentrate on the virus and ignore her. Got it?" He didn't wait for an answer, just ran out the door, locking it behind him. Ava took her mother's strapped hand in hers, stroked it warmly. "Mama, I'm here. It's Eva." "Eva, my baby!" her mother screamed. "She's drowning, my baby. Why did he leave her alone like that?" "It'll be okay, Mama. I'm going to take care of it." Ava threw herself back at the incubator, dragging shapes in and out of the structure, breaking bits, shattering structures, cutting away at the most deadly bits. 6 warnings, 5 warnings, 4 and 3. She had the thing on the ropes, but it kept tossing out surprises, things she couldn't decipher. She slammed her hand against the desk, furious, and her mother whimpered. "Die, damn you. Just die." She sighed, lowering her head. Warm hands wrapped over her shoulders, began to massage her tense muscles. She sighed happily, nodded. "Feels good," she said, looking back at the screen as the hands kept working. She drew down another compound, tried it, and it worked. She gasped, elated, and began to fight off the last 2 survivors of Nuremberg 6, fatal stroke and fatal fever. She tossed shapes across the screen with amazing dexterity, the stress melting from her body, her hands feeling warm for the first time in days. "I've got you now," she growled to the virus. Strong arms wrapped around her shoulders, but she kept working, taking their energy and using it. She felt breath on her neck, then the brush of beard and a kiss on her ear. She shivered, closed her eyes a moment, just a moment. Let the kiss linger. "You miss me," whispered Rodri softly. "I miss you," Ava replied. A hand slid up around her neck, caressing her, fingers touching her lips. She held her breath, her hands falling away from the trackpad, touched the arms, held them there, turning her head to him, desperate, desperate. "You need me," Rodri whispered. "I do. I need you," she answered. "Then why?" he breathed, his mouth close to hers. "Why did you leave me?" The hand at her neck tightened suddenly, fingers digging sharp into her skin, and she convulsed. But he held her tight in his arms, keeping her there, locked in a killing embrace, and he dug his nails into her skin, dragging up and down, then moved gently to her ear, beard rough and scratching. "You should have stayed," he growled. Ava trembled, her head up and her neck exposed, and she tried to see behind her, tried to see him. "You're not real," she cried. "You're not here." Dmitri locked the door. "I have a key," he hissed. "You can't keep me out." "You don't have a key. This is the virus. You're not here." He laughed at her, moved around to her other side, still holding her tight, and bit the edge of her ear. "If I weren't real," he said, "then how could I do this?" She felt her neck released, and a sharp burn shot across her cheek. She grabbed at it, felt the sting, checked her fingertips and saw blood. She gasped, squeezed her hand into a fist. "Why would you leave me?" Rodri asked, moving back to her other side, his hand tracing down her face, her neck, like a lover's caress, but evil. "You know why," she spat. "It's this. This and all those other viruses you made." He laughed, nuzzled close to her neck. "You know I made them because of you," he whispered. "I dreamed them up while we made love." She shook her head, but he grabbed it, held it steady. "You were my greatest inspiration," he sang almost. "My muse. You made these viruses. They're yours." Ava's hands hit the table, the trackpad, and then her eyes opened, but narrow. "I didn't make them," she said coolly, "but I will destroy them. Just try and stop me." She looked forward, despite his hands, reached hers to the trackpad and moved the blocks around, shifting at a furious pace, breaking compounds, catching fallout. Rodri couldn't stop her, his arms unable to shift her determination, his hands stroking her body top to bottom, trying to dislodge her concentration. She fought past it, fixing errors and finally, leaving the cure with only one side effect. Fatal stroke. Rodri laughed, kissing her neck. "You'll never beat me, Ava. You never could." "You never saw what I can do," she said, and drew a yellow rectangle over the last compound, hanging it over, pausing. Her mother sang a quiet lullaby. Rodri licked her jaw sweetly, and she let the last piece fall. The bottom pane glowed green, ran a notice saying, "Minor side effects. Raised blood pressure." Ava gasped, shoved back from the table, hands in the air. "I did it!" she exclaimed, and her mother laughed out at the same time, but for unknown reasons. She hit the save button, then another marked process, and she saw a vial of serum in the incubator's central chamber slide into place and start to churn slowly. She pressed her palms to her eyes, holding back a laugh of joy, listening as the cure was made. When she opened her eyes again, Rodri was right before her, scowling. "You bitch!" he screamed, and grabbed her head with both hands, scraping at her. She kicked and pushed and fell back off the chair, scrambling back to the wall, and Rodri stormed her, grabbing at her legs, pulling her towards him. Psychotic and maniacal and so unfamiliar, all she could was scream. The door burst open suddenly and Dimitri was there, flanked by 2 guards. He looked to Ava's mother, crying in her stretcher, and then down to Ava, and in a flash he shot across the room, needle at the ready, and pushed her down onto her side, jabbing the point into her arm, and she felt it, felt the rush again. "He came back," she gasped, face ground into the tile. "He came back. You said I had hours. What happened?" Dimitri kept her there, but his lock was almost gentle. "I don't know," he said. "Might be the Tezoset again, or the damn thing might be mutating as it spreads." Ava nodded as best she could, looked forward, and saw Rodri there, lying on the ground with her, his hand stroking her cheek. "Shh," he said, smiling. "Don't worry. It'll be okay." Ava looked away from him, grunted. "I did it," she said. "I broke the virus. Check the machine." Dimitri shook, looked back, then leaned into Ava. "You still see him?" he asked. Ava looked across the room. Rodri licked his lips at her. "No," she lied. "No. He's gone." Dimitri got up quickly, moved to the incubator and checked the progress bar as it crept across the screen. It chimed happily, and the serum tube rotated around, then emptied itself into a small container at the base of the machine. An orange cap attached, and with a hiss, the work was done. Dimitri picked it up as if it were the most valuable thing in the world. "I've got to go use this," he said to Ava, pocketing it. "You stay put." "Go? Wait. I thought this was for my mother. You said I was helping my mother." Dimitri shrugged, the door half closed. "You are," he said, "but she don't pay my bills. So she can wait a bit. The both of you can." And he closed the door, leaving her alone with her comatose mother and the ghostly Rodri, who watched her hungrily from the corner. Model Hospital, Prague, Czech Republic, November 30th. Crew was on his way into the hospital when a pair of nurses, masks clutched to their faces, ran out past him, screaming. He watched them go, curious, then shrugged and continued inside. To his left, the large, heavy doors to the treatment area were being locked shut. An old man in a blue hospital uniform, wrapping yellow tape across the handles and to the frame. The echoes of hundreds of screams seeped through the cracks. Crew motioned to the tape, cleared his throat. "What's up with the panic?" he called, and the old man turned with a start, his mask too tight on his face. "Outbreak," he gasped. "Something terrible. The whole floor has it, and 2 of the nurses. We're quarantining everyone. City is bringing in the army. Crew crossed his arms, made a face. Who started it? The old man tried to run past, but Crew caught him by the sleeve, swung him around. Please, cried the man. Please, I have a family. I can't stay here. It's not safe. I'll tell you what's not safe, said Crew calmly. Pissing me off, that's what. Who started the outbreak? Nobody knows. They're all delirious. They're having waking nightmares, terrible nightmares, and they scream day and night. We were sedating them at first, but there wasn't enough to last. We don't know what else to. Yeah, not my problem, Crew cut in. There's been a healer around here, right? Could it have been him? Did he come into contact with any of the patients? The old man tried to run again, but Crew re-gripped him, slammed him into the wall. I said Crew. Did the healer see any patients? No. Dr. Bastian kept him out of the hospital. He never got in. He couldn't have been involved. Crew gritted his teeth, checked over his shoulder, grim. Who treated the first patient? He asked. Which doctor? Dr. Enuma, the man stuttered. But she's been missing since last night. Nobody can find her, and she won't answer her pages. Any idea where she lives? Here at the hospital. But she's not here, I swear. She had an emergency with her brother, and she was just gone. Crew reared on the man, leaning in close. Her brother? He breathed. The room was so dark that Crew got antsy, pulled his gun. He nudged his way forward, checking every angle with quick sweeps, until he arrived at the back of the room, dim light shining through thick plastic covers over the window. A single bed was propped on the side, and there, sheets askew, was a frail black man who seemed to be on the verge of complete disintegration. He was watching as Crew approached, eyes bloodshot and fearful. You're Dr. Enuma's brother? Crew asked, rough from the start. Ajobi nodded, weak but anxious. She saw you last night. Late last night? Yes, whispered Ajobi. Did she say where she was going? Ajobi sat higher in the bed, pupils opening wide. She's not downstairs? Crew shook his head. She took off after seeing you. Any idea why? I don't. What do you know about the outbreak down there? Did she mention it? Ajobi sat up, thin arms bracing on the rails beside him, gasping for breath. Outbreak? What outbreak? Something about screaming, I don't know. She treated the first patient, so I need to find her. So really, anything you've got rolling around in that head of yours would be very useful right now. Ajobi blinked, seemed lost in thought, shook his head.
I don't know. She didn't mention anything. Didn't say she was going anywhere. But
He strained, unlatched the rail at his right side, and swung his legs over the edge.
I've got to go help. They're understaffed enough as it is.
Crew did a double take, put a hand on Ajobi's shoulder, holding him back. Hold a second there. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm a doctor. I know what I'm... I don't think you do, Crew interrupted, motioning to the dozen wires that strung from machines around the room, taped and deep set into Ajobi's arms. Are you going to bring all this crap with you when you go? No. So sit down and let somebody else deal with it. Ajobi eyed him sadly. I just want to help. You can help by telling me where your sister might be. She might be the only person that has a chance of finding out who did this. Ajobi sighed, sitting at the side of the bed, thinking. I don't know. We have cots here in the hospital, and Wait, there's something. There's a place we used to go when we first arrived. It's a sports field, out on Bruslarska. She used to go there to think. She might be there, I suppose, if anything. Crew nodded, tapped Ajobi on the shoulder as he backed away. Thanks, that's great. Now get back in bed. I've got to go catch a monster. You think he's behind this? Ajobi asked, and Crew paused suddenly by the door. What did you say? He asked. Do you think the healer started the outbreak? Ajobi said, perched at the side of his bed. Crew turned around, stormed back into the room, and shoved the frail man back onto the mattress, pinning him down with a hand to the forehead. Who said anything about a healer? He sneered. Ajobi's eyes were wide with pain and fear. He couldn't move, with all the IVs and probes in his arms, and they strained viciously, making him whimper in agony. I just assumed, because... Ha! You lie like my mother, he cackled. What do you know about the healer? Ajobi shook his head frantically as Crew leaned in. Nothing. I swear. I don't know anything at all. Crew grunted, reached out and grabbed the mass of wires that strung into Ajobi's arm and twisted them, and the poor man screamed hoarsely at the metal under his skin, pulling, tearing. Crew held the wires in a swirl and did not let go, leaned in a bit so he was close to Ajobi's pained face. We've got an outbreak down there, and you're playing games with me? Ajobi sputtered, tears in his eyes, begging or mouthing a prayer or something to make the pain stop. He was here, he gasped. He's hunting a virus. The one downstairs? Crew demanded. No, not that. It's me, he was hunting me. Crew eased up a bit, sized up the confession. So, why's he out there and not here? He asked, uncertain. They don't leave the victims alive. He's looking for the one who infected me. We made a bargain. What kind of bargain? I told him what I knew, and he let me live. Crew leaned in close, breathed foul breath through his mask into Ajobi's face. Don't lie to me. I'm having a bad day. It's not a lie. He let me live. All I had to do was give him a name, and he let me go. Then that makes you an accessory to murder. As many murders as he commits. Ajobi cried, but couldn't reach his hands to his face for the wires. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He wept. Crew grunted, stood back up, letting go of the wires, pressed a hand into his forehead. He looked around the room, back at the door, back at Ajobi. Will he be back? I hope not, Ajobi said weakly, and Crew nodded. Where is he? He asked, avoiding eye contact. Ajobi looked away, almost ashamed, winced. He said nothing. Crew turned to him, fists on his hips, tilted his head unhappily. I said, where is he? Ajobi sighed a long sigh. I promised I wouldn't. Crew grabbed the wires again, twisted them, and pulled back. 2 of the IVs pulled free from Ajobi's arm, pouring antibiotics and blood out onto the bed and floor. He shrieked in pain, but his head was held tight by his interrogator, and he just twitched helplessly on the bed. He gasped for air, the pain blinding him, and tears poured down his cheeks. Where is he? Seethed Crew, each word accented with a light pull at the tangled cords. Ajobi swallowed, almost crying, and spoke softly. "I don't know." Crew shook his head with grim disappointment, reared back to pull the wires clean out of the frail man's body, but felt Ajobi's other hand hold his wrist, pleading. After a pained pause, he spoke. "But I know where he's going." Kieslingstrasse 14, Nuremberg, Germany, July 3rd. Halfway down the stairs, Ava heard the familiar thump of the street door and the shuffle of feet on the steps. She froze, bag over her shoulder, hand on the wall, dead silent as she waited. The footsteps got closer, and then she saw him. Rodri came pacing upwards, caught sight of her, and paused.
"Ava!"
he panted. What's going on?" She adjusted the backpack, took a deep breath, tried to stay calm. "I'm going out," she said quietly. "Out?" he asked, stepping towards her. "With all that? Where are you going?" He smiled, happy, seemingly innocent. She returned the smile, but artificially. "Just out. Nowhere special. I'll be back in a bit." Rodri frowned at her. "What about my afternoon off?" he said, touching her hand, and she flinched very slightly. "Can it wait?" she asked, sliding past him, but he caught her round the waist, leaned her against the wall, leaned in to kiss her. She kept her mouth away, and he brushed up against her cheek once, twice, checking to be sure. He moved back. "What's wrong?" he asked, his tone hardening. "What aren't you telling me?" Eva pushed him back suddenly, and he fell into the railing. "Not telling you? What are you not telling me?" She started down the stairs, but he caught her arm, turned her around. He looked desperate, confused, flustered, angry. "Ava, listen. I don't understand. What are you talking about? What happened?" She pulled herself away from him, but didn't run. She stood there, eyes shooting left and right, thinking, fighting with herself. She threw her backpack off, reached in the side pocket, and pulled it out. The container with the orange lid. What's this supposed to be? His mouth dropped open, but he didn't move. Then he closed his mouth, jaw clenched tight. He met her eyes reluctantly. "It's complicated," he said. "I'll bet. So try me." "Ava, not out here." "Yes, out here. Come on, let me have it. What have you really been doing all these months? It's not web design, is it? Is it?" He shook his head slowly, sat on the steps, head low. "No, it's not," he admitted. "But it's not what you think. Oh, spare me the sob story. You've been lying to me, pretending to do good, and all this time you've been messing around with this, killing innocent people. People we know, my clients, our friends. You've been killing them." "What are you talking about, Ava? I'm not—" "Save it. I saw the news clippings. Modena, Graz, and Linz were all eaten up by major outbreaks just days after we left. It's not a coincidence, Rodri. Nobody could think that's a coincidence. That's just murder, plain and simple."
"Ava, I swear, if you just—"
"No," she shouted, gripping the vial tight in her hand. "No more lies. That's it. I'm done. Burn in hell, Rodri." She grabbed her bag up off the steps, turned to leave, but Rodri reached for her, grabbed her elbow. She turned fast, slammed her fists into him, and he stumbled back, trying to hold her arms. He reached forward, trying to wrap his hands around her head, trying to bring her to him. She kicked out, hit his shin, and they both fell down the steps, crashing into the landing below. Ava scrambled to her knees, reaching for her backpack, slid her mask onto her face as Rodri lay there against the wall, bleeding out of his temple. Head turned strangely, eyes half open, twitching with his heartbeat. She backed up, hit the wall, and then saw it. The container lay beside him, lid nearby, his shirt and face wet with its serum. Ava checked herself quickly, patting herself down, feeling everywhere, the mask, her hair, her clothes. She was dry. She was dry, but Rodri was... His chest was still, but she was too scared to reach in and check for a pulse. She slid further away, eyes never leaving him, slid further down the hall and away. Rodri made no move to stop her. No move at all. Musilkova 27, Prague, Czech Republic, November 30th. Ava sat in one corner of the room, knees up, while Rodri sat in the other, biting his lower lip like he was containing a thought best left unsaid. She shivered through her sweater, pulled herself tighter, refusing to take her eyes off him. Her mother sang lullabies softly between them. "You're not real," she told him, spat the words across the room. "You're not real, and we both know it." Rodri said nothing in return. "The cocktail is working, so you can't speak. You can't touch me. If you were real, you wouldn't sit there so quietly. You and I both know that." He shrugged, non-committal. Ava got up, moved to the stretcher, took her mother's hand, but kept a careful watch on Rodri, who stayed in his place, silent. "Mama, I don't know if you can hear me in there. I hope you can. I just want you to know. Just know that I'm going to make you better. Soon, I promise you. You just have to hold on there a little bit longer." "Shh, dear, shh," said her mother softly, her hands brushing hair that wasn't there, in a reality long since gone. "No more nightmares for you, dear. It's all right." Ava smiled weakly, nodded. The door opened, and Ava made a quick check to the corner to make sure Rodri hadn't moved, that it wasn't him. He hadn't moved an inch. He sat there nonplussed, watched Dmitri come in. "So," said Ava urgently. "Did it work? Did it do anything?" Dmitri tried to hide a smile, but failed. "Like magic," he said happily. "It cut through the delusions like nobody's business. I can't tell how much he remembers, but he's definitely back to his normal self. The virus wasn't destructive, whatever it did. It just messed with brain chemistry." Ava smiled, nodded. "So, we can make up 2 more doses then? We can fix my mother next?" He winced, scratched at his cheek. "Actually, the boss wants to see you first." "But he says it's important, and honestly, I kind of agree with him. You'll want to hear this." Ava shook her head, holding on to her mother's hand tightly. "I'm not leaving until she's cured. Leave me if you like, but you have to let me fix her before anything else. It's hell, the place she's trapped. I can't leave her there any longer. I get you, kid. So listen, I'll start the incubator working, and we can see the boss while it works. Sound fair?" Ava eyed the machine, checked Dimitri's expression of pure sincerity. She nodded slowly, and he made his way over, tapped the trackpad, and started the process to create another container of serum. Then he took her by the arm and led her gently to the door. She turned back to her mother, touched her shoulder lightly. "I'll be back, Mama. I'll be right back." Dmitri brought her out, down a narrow hallway to an antechamber, built like it was an entirely different building. The walls were a dark crimson, gold patterns accenting the design. A pair of antique chairs sat at either side of a set of large, heavy double doors. The floor was layered in opaque plastic covering, the kind used to contain spills. It ran up the edges of the walls slightly, roughly laid, out of place. The doors opened as they approached, and Ava found herself in the most magnificent bedroom she had ever seen. Intricate wood paneling and murals all around the room, like a Renaissance exhibit where you slept. The ceiling was high and was laced with pinpoints of light in columns up to a single spot at the top of an arch, where a skylight gave an almost unlikely view of the heavens. To the right was a large window, an arched stained glass portion at the top, giving a frosted view of Prague that did a wonderful job of hiding the truth. There were dressers and a desk, a large reading chair, and a dozen antique lamps. And in the center of the room was an expansive plush bed. Like the floors, the bed was like an anachronism, layered with plastic and synthetic fabric, machines framing it coldly, all whirring and beeping the status of their patient. Dmitri deposited her at the bedside, backed away quietly, and the man on the bed opened his eyes weakly, smiled at her. "Ava," he said weakly. "Welcome. It's good to see you at last. I'm Richard, an acquaintance of your mother's." Ava said nothing, tried to find the right expression for the situation. "I hear that I have you to thank for my life," he continued, then tweaked to something, motioned to the side. "Dmitri, could you make sure Eva's cure is uploaded with the rest of them? I don't want to miss the deadline." "Already taken care of, boss." "Excellent," Richard said, nodding happily. "Yes, the cure seems to be brilliantly made, Ava. But I must say, it's not that much of a shock to me. I've been trying to convince your mother to let me invite you into our little club for some time. I wonder if things would have turned out differently if we'd had your help instead of Rodri's." On the other side of the room, in the corner again, Rodri rolled his eyes in silence. Ava ignored it. "What does my mother have to do with this? She was a doctor. She helped people. How did you make her have anything to do with the kinds of atrocities?" "Ava, dear, I think you misunderstand us." "Oh, I understand you pretty well. You kill people for kicks. It's pretty easy to grasp." He shook his head, reached a weak arm out to her, but she pushed it away. Dmitri made a subtle step forward behind her. "Ava, we don't make viruses. We make the cures." Ava blinked, backed up. "You... what? What cures?" He sat up, pained, leaned forward in bed, his arms across his folded legs, like a sickly skeleton wrapped in sheets. He thought a moment, avoided looking at her. "For the last 2 years we have been working here in Prague and elsewhere to discover, isolate, and treat strains of viruses that are largely ignored by the major corporations. They're not as glamorous, not as profitable, I dare say, but they're vital. If left untreated, they grow and spread and mutate, and then one day they take down a city, kill millions, and it's only then that people wonder what went wrong." "How could this happen?" they ask. "I thought the worst of it was over." "It's a cycle that never ends, and I've seen it far too many times to bear. My goal, our little group's goal, was to eliminate those strains before they took over Europe. We had our hands full with the Eastern plagues that passed through Prague, the ones the Chinese didn't catch. But we also wanted to tackle the Western ones as well, and ideally before they got this far east. We tried making alliances with doctors across Europe, offering bounties. But there are only so many incubators left outside government hands, and the risks of using them is not for the weak of heart. So it was decided we had to find an agent who could sample and treat the viruses no one else had seen. Wait, are you saying... We hired Rodri to handle that role. At the side of the room, Rodri seemed close to tears. Hurt by the revelation, lowered his face into his hands. Ava nearly threw up. He was saving people? She gasped. The frail man said nothing for a moment, and Ava noticed Dmitri shake his head to himself. Rodri saved thousands, I'm sure. We sent him an incubator, and he used it to do the initial diagnoses and build the cure compounds. By the time you left Italy, he'd found the treatments to nearly 24 diseases. Diseases that, because of his work, will never harm another soul again. Rodri stared headlong into Ava, accusing. I didn't know. Your mother didn't want you to know. She thought you weren't able to cope with it. She was afraid of what it might do to you, after you'd worked so hard to get your life back together. She outright refused to let me offer you the job. And I admit, when I heard about Rodri and his apparent skills, I went behind her back to recruit him. When she found out, she was furious. She was certain that bringing your boyfriend into our team would put an unbearable strain on your relationship. I think he agreed with her, vowed to keep it secret. If I'd known, I blamed him. Dmitri coughed from behind, and Richard reached out, held Ava's hand.
It's not as simple as it seemed, my dear, he said. Not by a long shot. It missed our attention too, at first. But after watching the situation closely, Dmitri realized that every time the two of you left a city, a massive plague ravaged the population, almost like clockwork. Right after he finished deploying the antivirus, the reports began to trickle in from sources around the region. Within days, it was a flood no one could overcome.
I don't understand, Ava said blankly. Deployed how? He worked hard, but never long enough to vaccinate dozens, let alone hundreds of people. How can you be sure it was him? Oh, it was more than possible it was him. So much so, it was unlikely to be anyone else. We weren't inoculating in the traditional sense, given how limited our resources were. We created a series of aerosolized payloads, left them in key locations around town, and let the contagious nature of our compounds do the rest. Just like a typical terrorist strike, Ava began. But with an antivirus instead? Yes, smiled Richard. Traditional treatment vectors like booster shots are still part of the plan. But those methods are delayed, wrought with red tape and political infighting. We thought of all the lives we could save by pushing the cures straight to the people at risk, right when they needed them, and we decided it was worth the risk. Except if something went wrong, Eva noted. Indeed, we were shocked to discover things had gone wrong, and put countless hours into deciphering the cause. Ava frowned. So you were treating multiple viruses in a single treatment, right? Yes, it was the most efficient way to operate. But if you mixed that many compounds, maybe they were interacting with each other, making something new, something dangerous you didn't expect. I saw that a bunch of times. You might have been making a poison with all your cures. We thought of that too, he said sadly. So, in Linz, we were careful to test that angle. Our agent here, he tested the compound endlessly, checked it from every angle, and he was certain there was no chance of side effects from that set. And yet, somehow, once deployed by Rodri and Linz, we had the same results. Massive casualties. Eva looked to Rodri. He seemed as confused about all this as she was. She shook it off, kept from looking at him. Dimitri's phone purred softly, and he flipped it open, backing out of the room. We checked and double-checked everything. Richard continued. You can imagine our emotions at the time. We were mortified that we were somehow making things worse, and we were desperate to figure out how it had gone all wrong. We'd been working nearly a year in advance of Rodri's involvement without any issues whatsoever, and now suddenly, it was all falling apart. It made no sense. We started second-guessing ourselves, thinking maybe it was a difference between Eastern and Western coding techniques. Anything that might help it make sense. But in the end, it was clear it wasn't on our end. It wasn't the individual cures. It was something added to the mix right before deployment. It had to be. Somewhere along the way, Rodri had decided to use us to release new viruses into the wild. We had enabled him, and so many lost their lives because of it. Wait, hold on, Ava said, her voice cracking with emotion. Rodri in the corner looking hopeful, and yet tired, weak. How do you know it was him? Maybe it was one of your other people. You had someone reviewing stuff. Maybe that person did it, and you're just blaming. That man is in the hospital, fighting for his life, after falling prey to one of Rodri's booby traps. Ava blinked. She glanced over to Rodri, briefly, and in that second his expression changed. A slow, sly grin. What are you talking about? This virus, the one that infected me, your mother. It was put into a package we received from Rodri. He's trying to kill us, Ava, because we know what he's done. Ava sighed loudly, overcome, lowered her head in shame, regret, something. Don't worry, she said softly. It's over now. What do you mean? What's over? He's not going to hurt anyone anymore. He's dead. Rodri's dead. Richard sat up in bed, mouth hanging open, reached out and touched Ava's shoulder gently, squeezing. What do you mean, he's dead?
I killed him. It was an accident, but it happened. I haven't been able to tell how I should feel about it all this time, but now I think it was for the best. It's horrible to say that, but I do. I'm glad he's dead, that he can't hurt anyone else.
Rodri scowled at her, got to his feet, and her heart jerked in her chest. Ava, Richard said carefully, deliberate. When did this happen? When did he die? Ava frowned. Months ago. Early July. He's not dead, Richard said ominously. He can't be dead. We were poisoned 3 weeks ago, Ava. He's been threatening us, the whole city, for weeks. Wait, you mean Prague 1-1-? Rodri is alive, he said, weak. And I fear he's come to finish what he started. Staropramena to Prague, Czech Republic, November 30th. Sobotka stepped around the blood on the floor, the streaks leading to the corner where the body of a badly beaten man lay, propped up against the wall, eyes open and manic. It stunk horribly, and she pulled the strap on her mask tighter, kept from gagging. She moved silently into the hallway beyond, checked up the stairs, the wood scraped and raw. As she slipped into the living room on the second floor, she loosed her gun from its holster, kept it trained at the floor, but ready, eyes wide open. She paused there, by the entrance, saw the sheets on the ground, the broken window, the spent clothes. A large, open duffel bag, stuffed with food packets, gadgets, and blankets. Just then, Pyotr came shuffling into the room, his beard shaved, clothes fresh, carrying a selection of toiletries in a large biohazard bag. He threw them into the duffel bag, began to turn back, then saw her, froze. "Hello, Pyotr." She grinned, aimed at his heart. "Where are you off to?" His eyes darted, trying to imagine an excuse. She stormed towards him, used a bloodied boot to kick him onto the floor, kept the gun at him. "Please," Pyotr pleaded. "I was going to tell you." "I'm sure," Sobotka sneered and kicked him in the knee. "Where's your girlfriend, Pyotr?" "I don't see her, and I seem to recall telling you not to let her out of your sight." "We were kidnapped," he explained, desperate, and she rolled her eyes. "Well, I mean, she was kidnapped. They let me go." "How convenient for you." "It's the truth, I swear. She made them let me go." "If she knows about your little scam, why would she cut you any slack? You helped her escape, didn't you?" "No, she let me go. She said she's sick of people dying, told them to kick me out alone." Sobotka perfected her aim on his forehead, scowled. "Too bad for you. I'm still good with the dying." He covered his head with his arms, ready for the shot. But just then, Sobotka's phone rang. She kept the gun at him, reached into her pocket and flipped it open. "Hold that thought," she said to Pyotr, then barked into the phone. "I'm busy." "What?" "Did you hear yet?" Crew wheezed. "You know what's going on." "Number, what's going on?" "There's an outbreak at the hospital. They've shut down the main floor, locked everyone in. They're already calling it Prague 1, whatever it is." Sobotka's mouth fell open, then curled into a smile. "Rodri Tennant's come to town," she said. "Tennant?" "Hell no. The healer." "Oh, for the love of God, Crew. It's obviously not the healer. Give it up." "That's what you say, but I've got a witness that puts him tight with the doctor at the source of the outbreak." "So what? A doctor is working with a healer to kill us? It kind of goes against both their philosophies, don't you think?" "People do stupid things," Crew said ominously. "Case in point," Sobotka cracked. "So I'm going it alone. You're not going to give me backup when I take this joker down." Sobotka checked Pyotr, the snow-covered city outside, thought a moment. "No," she said. "I've got enough to cut through here. Waste time if you need to. Let me know how it goes." Crew harumphed and hung up on her. She slid the phone back into her pocket, cricked her neck, and refocused on Pyotr, who hadn't found a good alternative to cowering yet. "So it seems you did your job half well," she sighed. "Tennant's here." "He came?" gasped Pyotr. "How do you know?" "Kicked off a new outbreak." "The outbreak. And God knows, he's probably looking for you now, after what you did to his girlfriend." "But she isn't. I'm pretty sure a homicidal maniac isn't going to care," she interrupted, stowing her gun, offering him a hand. He looked at it, apprehensive, then reached out and let himself be pulled to his feet. He watched her, cautious. The ones who kidnapped Kolikov, did they seem friend-like or enemy-like? Pyotr thought a moment, tense and spastic. "I think they knew her. I never found out from where, but they're probably friends of Tennant's then," she grumbled, grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to the stairs roughly. "Where are we going?" he squeaked as he was thrown down the first few steps. "You're going to show me exactly where they brought you," she called down, "and we're going to turn Mr. Tennant's head into a sieve." Carey put the magazine down atop the pile of 7 others, his gloves creaking from the effort, and adjusted the mask on his face to alleviate the pinching on his nose. The goggles fogged briefly, but then a quick hiss later. Things went back to normal. He checked his watch again, shook his head. "I don't suppose you have any more information?" He began asking one of the dark-suited guards who stood by the door, hands folded neatly, staring at nothing. The guard continued to ignore him. Carey picked up another magazine, flipped the first few pages, then checked the date. "This one is 10 years old." He sighed to no one, certainly not the guard. "Don't you people recycle anything here?" He checked his watch yet again, then threw the magazine down, got to his feet. The guard turned slightly, hands ready, stared down and down and down at Carey's impressively bundled figure. "I'm sorry," Carey said, angry but still apologetic. "This just won't do. I have been waiting here for nearly 2 hours, and there's been no indication that anyone even knows I'm here. I am an agent of the British government, and I insist on seeing Mr. Daniels right now." Mid-word, the doors opened, and a thickly set man with a stubbly jaw and a crisp white mask strode in, hand out. Carey shook it, apprehensive. "Mr. Carey, is it?" the man asked, accent thick. "Eastern European." Yes. I've been waiting." "Yeah, I should apologize for that. My staff ain't the brightest. Got the lines of communication tangled, as it were. I didn't hear you'd arrived until just a few minutes ago. Did anyone get you something to eat, or?" He smiled at the full-head mask, shrugged. "Or not?" "It's quite all right. Are you Mr. Daniels?" The man guffawed loudly, slapped Carey on the back. "Me? No, I'm his executive assistant, Dimitri." "Just Dimitri?" "Unless you're buying drinks." He smirked, leading Carey into a hallway. A guard stood every few meters, hands posed like the one Carey'd seen, staring past them, expertly trained. "I have a warrant here to take Mr. Daniels into custody immediately, and..." "Yeah, he's aware. He wants me to show you in right away. But..." Dimitri paused them, leaned closer to Carey, confidential, eyes darting around. "He's been a bit under the weather lately, had a bad cold. Prague winters, you know. So whatever you do, don't go rushing to conclusions, okay? He's pretty sensitive to people treating him like he's diseased and such. Just try and act natural. Pretend he looks fine. Got it?" Carey nodded tentatively. His bodysuit made it somewhat difficult, however. He was led into an ornate bedroom just as a young woman, pale and trembling, shuffled out. She watched him carefully, keeping a broad distance, in complete silence. Carey arrived at the bedside of a frail-looking man. Various life-saving machines slid into dark corners of the room, but strikingly present. Carey cleared his throat, reached out a cordial hand. "Mr. Daniels," he said, noticing 3 of the guards in the room stepping forward, ready. "So good to finally meet you." Daniels took the hand, nodded as if he were at a dinner party, meeting a random guest. "Likewise," he said. "I'm afraid I didn't catch your name." "Oh, William Carey, sir. Special agent for the containment office. My director." "I know your director well, Mr. Carey. I trust he's well?" "Yes, sir. Actually, he made me promise I would ask how you're doing, too." There was an uncomfortable pause. Even the guards looked like they wanted to leave. "I'm doing fine, thank you," said Daniels, smiling at the stiffness of the moment. "Tending to business, all that." Carey nodded in agreement, big, long bobs of his head and clasped his hands around the heavy metal case that was pulling him downward. "I don't mean to impose, sir," said Carrie jovially, "but I'm afraid I will need to gather a quick blood sample from you, if it's convenient." "Please do." Daniels smiled, gesturing to his bed. Carrie heaved the case up onto the sheets with some effort and popped it open. He worked fast, hands shaking, clicking the syringe together and attaching it to the base of the extraction instrument. After a moment of work, he had gathered a decent sample of blood from Daniel's arm, slid the vial into the case's built-in processor. He pushed the test button, sighed a self-satisfied sigh, and nodded to Daniels. "Won't be long," he said, as if he were waiting for dinner to reheat in the microwave. Daniels put a hand on Carrie's shoulder, causing instant tension. He shifted slightly. "We are at war, Mr. Carey," came the voice, quiet and confidential. "Indeed, sir," he said, not knowing what else to say. "If these viruses make it into Britain somehow, and we could have stopped them," Daniels said, his voice filling with anger. "I found these diseases. I cured them. And I did it for my country. And I cannot accept that that is somehow wrong." Carrie nodded. "I understand, sir. But one thing at a time, I suppose." He motioned down to the computer, still chugging away. Daniels' eyes were cold. "You think I'm dying?" "Well, I mean, Carrie said, catching a mean glare from Dmitri, who stood to the side with his arms crossed unhappily. "In all honesty, sir, you don't look healthy, and you've been living in a black zone for, well, quite a long time, we think. Certainly a long time to not have picked up something." Daniels smiled, and the computer purred softly as it finished its work. Carrie looked down at the readout and frowned. He looked back up at Daniels, cocked his head. You're clean." Daniels' smile seemed relieved at the same time as vindicated. He patted Carrie on the shoulder. "It's okay, Mr. Carey. I know I must not look it." Carrie nodded blankly, then snapped out of his stupor, shoulders straightening, and he clasped his hands together tightly. "In that case, sir," he said, nearly regaining his authoritative footing, "I'm going to have to place you under arrest for violating the National Containment Order." Daniels nodded again, this time less happily, but still with confidence. Carrie removed a pair of handcuffs from his pack, and the guards in the room began to move again, until Daniels held up a pausing hand. To them, but also to Carrie. "If you would be kind enough to wait a moment, Mr. Carey," said Daniels kindly, stopping Carrie dead in his tracks. "I have a favor to ask of you." Mushilkova 27, Prague, Czech Republic, November 30th. When Ava arrived back in the room, Rodri was already there. She shut the door behind her, eyed him carefully. "I should have made sure you were dead," she told him, cold and dispassionate. He didn't reply, just smirked at her. "Still in my head," she sighed. "But I guess that's better than the alternative." She checked the incubator and pulled the finished container out, the lid fastened tight. She pushed it into her pocket, hit the button to create another batch, but the machine flashed a warning. "Please insert serum refill tube." She checked inside, and sure enough, it was empty. She looked back at her mother, heard a soft lullaby, squeezed the container in her pocket. "I'll be right back, Mama," she whispered, and opened the door a crack. Outside, another guard stood with his back to her, watching the hallway carefully. He turned his head slightly at the door opening, then looked back ahead. "Go back inside," he told her. "I need some needles," she said, "so I can help my mother." He didn't move a muscle. "Stay inside," he repeated sternly, "until I say otherwise." Ava stepped into the hall, tense and angry, looked left and right, trying to find a medical station somewhere. The guard turned to her, grabbed her by the arm, tried to push her back into the room. "I said stay inside," he growled. She fought back, gripping the door frame. The guard was clearly not prepared for such an occasion, let go over her arm, and planted. His palm on her face, pushing her. She ducked away from the movement, slipped outside, and he stumbled in. She was halfway down the hall when she was caught again, dragged back off balance, and slammed against the wall. "Don't mess with me, girlie," he said angrily. "Just get in the room and shut up." She kneed him in the groin, and he fell over at once. "Don't mess with me," she seethed, stepping over him and checking down the hall. But then she heard it, the clear click of a gun ready to shoot. She looked over her shoulder, saw the guard there, carefully aiming at her, eyes narrow with pain. "That's it," he said, vein bulging in his forehead. "On your knees." Ava's face was blank with fear. She'd overstepped. And now, this. She was halfway to complying when she heard angry shouts from behind, and Dmitri rushed in, snatching the gun away from the guard and slamming him against the wall. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he yelled into the guard's face. "I told you to watch her, not shoot her." "She was trying to leave the—" "I don't care what she was doing. There's no excuse for this." "But—" Dmitri ripped the man's mask off his face, threw it to the ground. He grabbed him on the collar, shoved him towards Ava, onto the floor. "Get out of my sight. You're fired. If I see you again, I'll have you shot. By someone competent." The guard scrambled away, rushing down the hall, through a door and out of sight. Dmitri helped Ava to her feet, turned meekly to the others who'd come with him. "Sorry about that, Mr. Carey," he said apologetically. "Hard to find good help round here." The masked man, whom Ava thought looked horribly like the healers she'd heard about all these years, nodded. Richard looked rattled, kept checking Ava, making sure she was okay. "It's hard to find good help pretty much everywhere," Carey agreed. "Now, if you don't mind." He held out a small device with a needle at its point, started towards Ava. She backed up, hitting the wall. "What's going on?" she gasped. Richard put a hand on Carey's arm, held him back. "I'm sorry, Mr. Carey. I thought I made it clear. I was seeking asylum for my wife and stepdaughter." Ava's head swam suddenly, and she slid to the ground, looking from Richard to Carey to Dmitri, trying to see, trying to make sense of it. It was impossible to read Carey, but by the change in his stance, he was preparing to be tough. "You made it perfectly clear, Mr. Daniels. But I'm afraid regulations require me to check their health status before I can process them, even as refugees. They can't be admitted, even to Brighton, if they're actively infected. Listen, I have a personal facility outside London I can sequester them in if that—" "I'm afraid not, sir. It would be nearly impossible under normal circumstances. But given the particulars of the trial you'll be subject to, we wouldn't stand a chance of sneaking something like that under the rug. No chance at all. We can only mask scrutiny so far." Ava had her head in her hands, trembling. "You're married?" she said, staring at the floor. And nobody thought to tell me? Carrie looked to Richard, cocked his head. Mr. Daniels? He asked. Richard waved it off with a bit of a smile, but drowning in concern. She's been gone for many years. Travel. I don't think she got the wedding announcement. Eva glared at Richard, cold. Dmitri, behind Carrie, gave her a very slow shake of the head. She frowned briefly, and he returned it with a wordless, urgent appeal. If she's been traveling, I've double the reason to check her blood, Carrie said. Now, if you don't mind, I've a schedule to keep. Ava looked to Richard, to Dmitri, desperate for advice, guidance. They both nodded to her solemnly. Fine, she sighed, rolling up her sleeve and letting him draw the blood. When he was done, she slid her arm close to herself, backed against the wall, waited. Carrie stared at his device intently, seemingly oblivious to the rest of the tension in the cramped hallway. He looked up to Ava, then settled on Richard. She's infected, he said, double-checking the results. I'm afraid I can't take her with us. You'll leave me here alone? What about my mother? She'd never agree to that if she were. If she were what? Carrie asked, checking between Richard and Dmitri. Is she infected as well? Mr. Carey, if you could just... Richard began, but he was cut off by Carrie swinging a pair of handcuffs up. I'm sorry, Mr. Daniels. We've no more time for these games. You've got to come with me. He pushed Richard against the wall, pulled one arm back, then the other, and then a gun pointed carefully at the side of his head. He almost didn't see it through the goggles. Mr. Carey, Richard said darkly, I'm afraid this won't work out after all. Dmitri motioned with his gun, and Carey obediently backed away from the rest of them, hands in the air, cuffs hanging from his fingers. Eva got to her feet behind Dmitri. Richard smiled weakly. And now we will have to reconsider our plan of action, he said without a hint of frustration. If you'll come with me, then. Dmitri kept the gun on the prisoner, and the three men walked down the hall and out of sight, leaving Ava alone again, only Rodri keeping her company. He heard him chuckle quietly. She scowled at him. She went back into the room and found her mother crying softly, shaking her head side to side as if trying to wake up. Tears streamed down her face, and her arms tensed violently. If she'd been free, she might have done something horrible with her clawing hands. Eva brushed her hair gently, leaned in and kissed her on the forehead. Just another minute, Mama. I promise, she said, then snuck back into the hall. Down, away from Richard's room, she found a small walk-in closet filled with shelves and drawers, and a large needle dispenser in the back. She ducked in, took a syringe from the counter and clipped on a head. She pulled the container from her pocket, undid the lid, and gently placed the needle into the serum. Just then, she heard loud footsteps in the hall, shouting. It startled her, and she dropped the container. She tried to catch it before it hit the ground, but it bounced off the countertop and crashed on the floor, upside down. The cure flowed quickly onto the tile. She bit back a curse as she heard the quick pause of footsteps outside. Hey, should this be open? Called a gruff voice, a guard in Russian. Ava reached down, snatched the fallen container off the ground, and quickly slid back to the side of the door, the unused needle in her hands as her only weapon. She stayed there in the dark, the door open a crack, waiting. She heard the sound of heavy boots stepping into the room, and the door swung wider. Breathing, panting almost, and the shadow on the wall told her he was alone. She held the needle backhand, evened her breathing. She waited for him to move, but instead, he ducked back out, closing the door behind him, and she stood in the darkness. "All clear," he called out and took off down the hall. Ava released her breath, felt shaky. She reached over, turned on the lights, and checked the spilled antivirus. The container was empty, and what was left on the floor was so dispersed, it was unusable. Ava stood up, ran her hands through her hair, trying to think. She felt the warm breath of Rodri on her neck, but ignored it. She started rushing through drawers, cupboards, anything, until she found a tray labeled Incubator Refills. It was empty. She slammed it back into place, swearing. "If I can't make any more," she whispered to herself. It came to her suddenly, the refills at her mother's apartment. She smiled broadly and turned, hearing Rodri clapping at her, sarcastic applause. He didn't speak, but he was getting clearer in her mind. She grimaced. "I need to slow it down," she muttered. She rummaged again, quickly coming to a small, refrigerated compartment labeled Cocktails. She threw it open and stumbled back at what she saw. There was only one vial of cocktail left. She darted eyes to Rodri, then to the door, and she grabbed it out of the fridge, another needle, and rushed back down the hall. Her mother was starting to scream again, convulsing angrily. Ava filled the needle, pushed it into her mother's IV, then paused. "I need you to stay calm until we get home, all right, Mama?" There was no response. Ava inhaled slowly, then injected the last of the cocktail. She rested her head on the panicked chest, hearing the heartbeat, hearing it slow, becoming calmer, and then she carefully undid the restraints, pulled her mother out of bed, and with the incubator in one hand, stumbled her way home. Rodri trailed behind, nearly stepping on her heels, grinning all the way. Musilkova 27, Prague, Czech Republic, November 30th. The healer's suit was humming softly as the snow melted on his shoulders. He watched the building across the street, a stark white structure almost trying to blend into the cold, wintry afternoon. The lights were all on, but there was no motion from inside. Beside him, Anuma was shivering, her winter jacket atop her white coat, but neither warm enough to fight off the breeze. "You will stay here," he said to her, blunt and brief. She looked at him, squinted. She seemed to see right into him, and he looked away as if to stop her. She shook her head. "No," she said firmly. "I've got to go with you. I need to stop you from killing any more innocent people." "It could be dangerous," he countered. "Not if I do the talking," she said. "If it were up to you, everything would be a bloodbath. Let me try." Silence. He stood beside her and the snow continued to fall. "Fine," he said bitterly, and started across the street, aware of her following close behind. They reached the main door and he reached to knock, but she moved him aside, out of sight, and knocked on the door herself. He stared at her, warning, but she kept her arms tightly locked behind herself, watching the snow, waiting. He heard the deadbolt unlock, a tentative noise, and then a pause, a quiet scraping of metal on the door. Anuma didn't notice it, kept a pleasant, hopeful smile on her face. But the healer knew. He threw his cloak over his shoulder, shoved her to the side, and as the door opened, he grabbed the gun that peeked through the opening. With a solid pull, he found his mark. He pinched a gloved hand so hard it spasmed and dropped the weapon. Enuma fell to the ground just as the healer spun around, letting go the door and giving it a swift kick, straight into the face of a guard, who fell backwards into the hallway, his nose broken and gushing blood. The man, stunned and disoriented, reached feebly for his second weapon as the healer marched forward, stepping on his right arm, and then punching him squarely in the face. The man's head hit the ground with a thud, and his eyes rolled back into unconsciousness. The healer looked back to Enuma, scowled beneath his mask. "Wait outside. I must deal with innocent people." He walked past his first target, flexing his hurt shoulder as he made his way down the hall. It hurt, but burned in a way that pushed him forward. As he came to the first door, on his left, he saw on the frame the quick movement of a shadow. Without losing his pace, he leapt forward into a roll, fast and low, and his machete swung out in time to catch another guard's arm in the middle as they reached out to fire. The arm wasn't cut clean off, but it hung uselessly, and the guard screamed loudly, fell down into the doorway. The healer noticed, just in time, the accomplice inside the room. Another roll helped him dodge a wide shotgun blast. He spun his weapon around in his hand, his back to the wall, out of view. The first guard, on the floor, was choking now, having cried himself into a daze. The healer heard a quick inhalation, and the second man leapt out of the room, gun firing blindly, hoping for a hit. The healer ducked down, pushed into the attack. He collided with the man, shoving him into the wall, and then hit him with his elbow, knocking some teeth out and sending the enemy sprawling. The gun skidded down the hall, out of reach, and the healer kicked the side of his head with a heavy boot. He hit the wall, left a mark of blood. The healer had just enough time to duck into the side room before a round of automatic weapons fire sprayed where he'd been standing. Inside, 2 large tables stood against the far wall, a collection of metal chairs, some beverages scattered around. He noticed the light switch next to him and flicked it downward, disappearing into the darkness. The shadows of the new assailants slid towards him, becoming sharper and sharper as they closed in. He darted across the room, upended one of the tables, and slid it towards the door, covering the opening. In a second, the table shattered in a dozen places, wood chips tossed wildly by bullets. The healer ducked around the other side of the door, out of view, silent. The light from the hallway shone through the holes in the table, streaks through the dusty air, and for a moment, all the healer could hear were the pained gasps of the bleeding guard outside. Then a hit, a crunch, another hit, and the table started to move. Another pause, and the healer turned his machete around again, backhanded, and pressed himself against the wall. A kick now, and this time the table slid into the room, and a rectangle of light hit the far wall, framing the form of a guard whose gun was aimed the wrong way. The healer swung around, catching the man in the chest with his blade. The man jerked violently as the impact ended his life. Without a pause, the healer moved forward as the wood behind him exploded, gunshots hitting the back wall harmlessly. The healer pulled the dead man's gun from his hand, came round the corner so fast the second guard had no time to react. The flow of bullets hit the guard ruthlessly in the chest, and he dropped to the ground, his face still in a state of shock. A quick movement later, the healer was on the other side of the door again, watching bodies pile in front of his exit. He flicked the light on, paused, then off. He listened, heard nothing. Staggering silence. He looked down at the man with the severed arm, saw he was looking back around the corner, his whimpering all but stopped, his breathing calm, emboldened. The healer grabbed him by his jacket, and with a pained grunt, yanked him out of the doorway and into the room. The man screamed hysterically, his arm nearly coming off. At least one set of boots outside pounded loudly, coming to his rescue. The healer held the man close to him, and then, trying to think past his pain, threw the man out into the hallway. A barrage of gunfire shot out and sprayed the poor wretch with bullets, and he bounced off the wall and onto the ground, dead before he could continue his screaming. The healer used the moment of confusion to point the stolen gun round the corner and fire in an arc, and he heard the quick thuds of hits, grunts, yelps, and then heavy thumps as bodies landed on the ground. He pulled his arm back into the room, stayed tight against the wall, held the pain in his shoulder at bay. There were no sounds but the ringing in his ears, the whining noise he couldn't escape. His suit was warning him to calm down. "Are you alive?" called Enuma, somewhere in the distance. He paused. "Yes," he answered simply. He heard the sound of tentative footsteps. "They're all dead," she said, voice trembling. He carefully walked into the hallway again, saw the damage all around. Enuma standing by the front door, just beyond the first sentry, stalled by the sight of so many bodies. He nodded to her painfully. "You should leave," he told her. "They are not interested in talking." "Yes," she said quietly, and she stepped away, back outside. Crew hit the brakes too late, and the car skidded sideways, slamming sidelong into the dark sedan, sending the two of them sliding on the ice until the sedan came to a rest just inches from the side of a building. When the cars stopped, Crew threw himself out, chest puffed and angry. "What the hell was that?" he shouted. "Learn to drive, you maniac." "Me?" yelled Sabatka, kicking her own door closed, Pyotr cuffed in the back seat. "What kind of idiot speeds around in these conditions?" "It's November," Crew blustered. "It'll melt." Sabatka laughed, checked her car for damage. It was dented lightly along the side, but otherwise fine. The Aston Martin was somehow in pristine condition. "Nice car," she cracked. "Where you going so fast?" Crew checked the house numbers, frowning. He settled on the one Sabatka's car had nearly crashed into. He motioned with his chin. "This one right here. You?" Sabatka frowned, checked back to Pyotr, then back to Crew. "Same." Crew cackled madly, doubled over from the effort, while Sabatka scowled. "Oh, this is rich. So what, your kid is teamed up with my healer or something?" Sabatka shook her head. She was about to speak when the side door to the building opened, and into the street came Ava, her mother, and an incubator. They made it a few steps before Ava noticed Sabatka and Crew, arms folded, obviously amused at their own good luck. Ava set the incubator down, held her mother upright. "This isn't what it looks like," she pleaded. "Oh, then you've got to tell me what it is." Sabatka cackled. "Found your mother, I see," said Crew, nodding to his partner. "Good luck that." "Yes, indeed," said Sabatka gravely. Eva looked behind them at the running car, saw Pyotr's face pressed close to the windshield, trying to spy. She sneered at them. "How's your snitch working out?" she said bitterly. Sabatka grinned. "Not the best snitch, but he'll do," she sneered. "I think you and your mother have some big things to explain to us, like where you're hiding your boyfriend, and how to stop the outbreak at the hospital." Ava backed up, then heard the sound of crashing glass, and a second-story window in Daniel's compound broke outwards. A man in a black suit flew backward and down into the windshield of the car, cracking it horribly. Shards of glass stuck out of his already mangled body, and he crumpled there, blood seeping out. Crew, Sabatka, and Ava all looked at the dead man in shock. "Thank God I didn't park there," Crew said. Crew and Sabatka looked back to Ava, then the window, then back to Ava again, exchanged glances. "I think you want to check in there first," Ava offered. "Hell yeah," said Crew, turning and running back to the front of the building. "We'll be in touch," called Sabatka, following her partner with her gun drawn. Ava paused for a moment, looking at the man on the car, then picked up the incubator and pushed onward, back to home. Musilkova 27, Prague, Czech Republic, November 30th. The healer retrieved his machete from the chest of a fallen guard, wiped the blood off on a stray leg, then swung it lightly, getting the weight back. The upstairs hallway was deserted now, but for the sounds of two men slowly dying of their wounds. Ahead of him, a room beckoned cheerfully, pleasant lighting nearly hiding the shadow of another person. He stopped for a moment, listened. The broken window behind him was whistling faintly as the wind outside blew by, and he heard the drip, drip, drip of snow melting inside and onto the floor. A very quiet shuffle called from ahead. He started forward, involuntarily clutching his injured shoulder, squeezing the pain away. He heard another soft shuffle among the crackles and the drips, and he held his breath so he could hear better. There was a very calm and deliberate breathing. Very close. Very calm. A professional. In a moment, they were engaged. A sharp sensation sliced into the healer's left arm just above his elbow, and his suit screamed out with his senses, and he knew he'd been cut. He spun himself around, his machete swinging, and the other man barely dodged. A bloodied axe wrenched from the wall. The two of them faced each other, far enough apart to be safe, but not enough to release any tension. They began again. The axe swung forward, and the healer sidestepped, swung with his machete, but both missed. The healer received a kick to the stomach that sent him flailing backwards, trying to keep from landing off his feet. The axe came back towards him in a broad arc, but he let himself fall backwards, avoiding it. He landed on the ground, and without a pause to think, dangerously swung his arm and weapon out towards the other man's legs. Felt a tug as he sliced the Achilles tendon. The man growled at the pain, tried to continue on, but his leg wouldn't hold him anymore. He dropped downward onto one knee, roaring under his breath, refusing to give in. The healer's arm was still exposed from the attack, and his enemy knew it, lurching forward with his axe, but only managing to hit the healer's cloak behind him. Pinned down, the healer tried to escape, but the man grabbed his machete hand and started beating it onto the ground, trying to break his grip. The healer braced himself with his other hand, his cut arm stinging sharply as disinfectant shifted in the wound. His opponent was breathing heavily, and the blood from his leg was forming a pool under them. The healer's suit wailed, his heart rate burst forward, his wound seared, the blood around him creeping ever closer. His vision blurred momentarily, shook his head frantically. His hand was slammed into the ground, his index finger letting go slightly, giving up under the beating. The man was panting heavily now, moving in for the kill. When his hand was lifted off the ground again, the healer used the clearance to spin the blade around backhanded, and then, before he could lose the advantage, plunged it into the man's good thigh. This time the man screamed, gripped down towards his legs, and choked as the blade was pulled free. The healer rolled to his knees and grabbed the axe's handle, pulled it from the floor, and unbound himself. As the other man started to curl into a ball on the floor, breathing heavily, the healer got to his feet, holding his blade and the axe loose by his side. The man looked up at the healer, eyes narrow with pain and anger. His eyelids drooped slightly as the blood loss made him dizzy. The healer watched him for a moment, trying to calm his own heart. Then, with visible effort, the healer swung the axe back and threw it across the room, embedding it in a wall. He looked back to the man on the floor, shook his head no. Struggling painfully, his suit still calling out for him to stop, to slow down, the healer dragged his battered body towards the staircase. Carrie listened carefully from the center of Daniel's bedroom, cuffs half-latched, frozen in fear. There were no noises anymore, but the silence was terrifying. Behind him, Dmitri was rechecking clips for his pistol, repeating something to himself in Russian that Carrie couldn't understand. Daniels was back on his bed, quiet, waiting for word. The dresser they'd propped in front of the door was thick, but it wobbled slightly when Dmitri leaned on it, making Carrie shiver. And then, there. A creak outside the door, a soft pacing. Carrie moved further away from the door, back towards the bed. Dmitri reloaded his gun and took aim, his eyes narrow with intense focus. Carrie stumbled as he paced backwards, never taking his eyes off the danger. Knock, knock, knock. No one moved, not even to check each other's expressions. Carrie felt miserably hot in his mask, panic setting in, fumbled suddenly with the latches by his neck, but couldn't get to them. Dmitri made a quick sideways glance at him, obviously annoyed at the distraction. The latches were so tight, Carrie couldn't get a grip somehow. His fingers felt numb. And knock! He pulled uselessly at a strap, the metal links clinking quietly, but so very deafening somehow. He heard a gurgle, gasped for breath, trying to take the damn thing off. "I can't breathe," he gasped. "I can't breathe in this thing." Dmitri glared back, looking ready to waste a bullet on Carrie. But instead, his eyes were wide and he half-turned, his gun lowering, face blanching. Carrie thought something must be wrong with him. A sudden panic took hold. He jerked around, trying to get free of his mask, but then he heard it again. The gurgling. A gurgling noise. He looked around and saw Daniels, flopped over on his side on the bed, blood running out of his mouth, his ears, his nose. His eyes were bloody, crying red. He gurgled again, a crimson bubble forming at his lips, and twitched slightly. Carrie gasped, staggered back. "Oh my God," he whispered. His blood was clear. His blood was clear. Then there was a loud metallic crunch, and Carrie saw a beaten blade knock the doorknob out of the door, twist round and disappear. Dmitri wasted no time. He fired into the door 7 times, backing up slightly as he did so, putting distance between himself and whatever might come through the door next. There was a moment of silence, and the sound of the shots echoed in Carrie's ears. Then, with a slow start, a bump, and then he watched with horror as the door started to slide forward, pushing the dresser with it. Dmitri moved into the corner of the room and started firing again, unloading his clip into the door. He quickly reloaded again and repeated the process with another 10 or so bullets before stopping, watching in horror as the door kept moving. The light through the holes beamed through uninterrupted, and yet somehow the door was still moving. Dmitri motioned for Carrie to stay still, and he slowly moved up and to the right of the door, staying flat against the wall and aiming carefully at the space the intruder would need to come through. He was safely out of sight. Ready. Carrie realized with a jolt that he was not out of sight and stumbled backwards next to Daniels' limp body and tried to stay still. There was a moment of silence, no one moving, no sign of life from any quarter. And then, slowly, Carrie saw the tip of a long, battered blade climb up along the crack in the door and across towards the light switch. He looked to Dmitri urgently, willing him to see it, but it was beyond the door, out of his line of sight. Carrie swallowed slowly, and then the room went dark. The healer knelt down next to the door, wood chips on his back. Beyond, the room was dark, silent. No movements, no shadows, no gleams or reflections. He held his breath, tried to quiet his suit, but it screamed at him, warned him of the cuts and bruises he already felt intensely. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes a moment, and then dove through the door, into the room. He rolled to his feet and stayed low, checking his surroundings. A large bed, and on it, one man covered in blood, not breathing, and behind him. The healer gasped, got to his feet as if in a daze, and stumbled forward. Across the room was another healer. The mask, the suit, it was unmistakable. He reached a hand out towards his comrade, slow and dazed, and before he could react, he heard a crack, and his arm erupted on him, sending him tumbling forward, his blood spraying out in front, hitting the goggles on his mask. Without thinking, he spun round with dazed ferocity and threw his machete out in an arc. He stumbled to one knee, shocked by the sight of a thick and rough-looking man, hidden behind the door, gun smoking slightly, the machete planted deep in his chest. "Shit," he muttered in quiet Russian, and slumped back against the wall. The healer got back to his feet, turned towards the bed, towards the other healer. "How are you here?" he said, voice wavering with pain. "I am still on schedule. I can still clear this up before the deadline." The other healer shook his head urgently, climbed up on the bed, away, like he was scared. The dead man slipped sideways, down off the bed, onto the floor. The healer stumbled to his knees next to the body, checked the mouth, the red eyes, the blood on the shirt. He looked up at his comrade, faint. "Was he the Vector?" he asked, the room starting to spin. The other healer shook his head so urgently now, held his hand out to say no, and then he spoke, and the healer jerked backwards at the foreign sounds. He shook his head as if to clear it, then heard an entirely different language again, and again, painfully, a third time, and this time it made sense to him. "Please don't kill me." French. The healer tried to stand, but slipped over, barely catching himself on the bed. "Who sent you here?" he asked in French, quiet, desperate. The other healer still seemed terrified, and it looked odd. I am from the containment office," he said, his voice distorted through his mask. "I was sent to arrest this man." "Arrest? What office?" "The British Containment Office," came the reply. "In London, England." It took a moment, but the healer laughed. He lowered his head and felt the world go black, and then pulled himself back up to his feet. The British man moved further away, terrified. "What happened to this man?" the healer said with increasing intensity. "I don't know," said the other, shaking his head. "He just started bleeding. Out of his mouth, his eyes, There was no warning. The healer looked at the dead man, saw the look of shock on his face. No warning. "Did you inject him with anything?" he said, stepping closer to the British man. No. I just came and tested his blood. He had no diseases. Nothing that could cause this." The healer reached back towards his bag to remove his testing vials, and the other man screamed, covering his head with his arms. "There were others," he shouted. "The wife and the stepdaughter." The healer stopped, thought, then grabbed the British man by the neck, threw him off the bed onto the ground. He loomed over, felt the blood seeping inside his glove, warm on his skin. "Were they sick?" he boomed. "The stepdaughter was. I don't know what it was. It wasn't registered." Then they heard it, both looking up towards the door at the same time. Distant, probably on the stairwell, two voices calling to each other, the same words repeated. "Police," the healer said quietly. "They will be here soon." He grabbed the man's head in his large bloodied glove, lifting him up, making him pay attention. "Where did they go?" he demanded. The British man feebly shook his head. "I don't know. Believe me, I don't." The healer tossed the bureaucrat to the ground, marched towards him, and the man scattered back, standing, slipping and hitting the curtains of the far window, and he pulled them around him for protection. "Where did they go?" he asked again, bearing down. The man cried, the sound so pitiful in his mask, and shook his head, holding on to the curtain so tightly it nearly ripped free. The healer punched him in the throat, and the man bounced back into the window, the glass cracking, and he dropped to his knees, gagging, trying to get air. The healer placed a menacing hand on the man's head, squeezed, and then let the bitter fury within him take over. Sobotka saw the door first, riddled with holes, blood seeping through the hinged corner. There were no lights on inside. She nodded to Crew, motioned him forward. They stood on either side of the door now, guns at the ready, trying to get a sense of what might be inside. Crew tried nudging the door a bit further open, but it was blocked by something. They exchanged glances uncertainly. "This is the police," Crew shouted, shrugging to his partner. "If you move, we'll kill you." "Put your hands above your head," added Sobotka, and Crew nodded appreciatively. There was a loud crash and a pained scream, and then the sound of glass breaking, falling, and Crew's eyes opened so wide Sobotka had to put her hand out to steady him. There was scraping, some clunking, and then an uneasy silence, punctuated by gasps. Sobotka took her hand from her gun and gave Crew a silent countdown. 3, 2, 1. Crew moved into the room quickly, scanning left and arcing right, and Sobotka covered him, checking for hostiles. There was a man covered in blood just by the bed. The window was shattered out, the curtains fluttering in the wind, and the only thing left was what Crew was now closing in on. The healer, bloodied and beaten. They circled him carefully, checking for weapons. He was on his knees, his cloak soaked with blood, his hands in the air. He looked broken, almost sagging down, swaying slightly, near death. "Move a muscle and I'll blow that mask off your head," Crew said, completing his circuit. Sobotka finished checking the room and joined him there. "You're under arrest," Sobotka said sternly, and Crew shot her an angry look. She squinted it away, motioned to the healer. "I hope you've enjoyed yourself tonight because you're going to pay for it for a long, long time." The healer spoke, his voice weak, raspy almost, impossible to understand. He gasped after a bit, stopped trying to talk, seemed too tired to continue. His arms were slowly drifting downwards, his whole body collapsing in slow motion. "Don't move!" shouted Crew, and the healer sat up straight again, shook his head slightly. "You're being charged with, what, 9 counts of murder?" Sabatka asked, her gun not moving from its target. Crew nodded to her. "I'm going to check the window," she said, and he nodded slightly again. She backed up, keeping her gun ready, and as she reached the window, the curtains brushing past her, she peered outside, saw it was snowing thickly now. She glanced down onto the street below and saw a body there, red around it, lying distorted on the ground. "Make that 10 counts," she said, and looked back at the healer. He started to shake his head again, moved his hand down towards his chest, and Crew backed up, kept his gun ready. "Don't do that!" he shouted angrily. "Don't move anymore!" The healer kept shaking his head, reached down, touched something on his belt, and started pulling it forward, something rectangular. Something... "Don't!" shouted Sabatka. But it was too late. He was pulling it up. Before she knew what was happening, the dark room flashed brightly with gunfire, and she saw Crew's face flinching with satisfaction, fury, and a bizarre kind of justice. When the sound stopped, Crew and Sabatka stayed perfectly still and watched the healer crumple backwards onto the floor. One Pisekeho, Prague, Czech Republic, November 30th. Ava tore into the box, dropping a long tube into her trembling hand, rushing back into the living room where the incubator had finished booting. She popped open the lid, pushed the tube into place, and reloaded the file she'd been working on, the cure to Nuremberg 6. "It doesn't matter if you kill me again," Rodri called to her from his spot on the couch, his black jacket and trousers blazing against the fabric. "I'll be here in person soon, won't I?" Ava ignored him, pulled up the cure, and planted a finger on the start button. The incubator began to churn, humming softly. Then, from the bathroom, Eva heard a smash, a scream, and she dashed away from the table, down the hall. Rodri paced ahead of her, trying to put himself in her way, and she shoved past, dodging this way and that. But he wouldn't leave her alone until she slammed into the doorframe, catching her breath. Her mother lay on the ground, cowering against an invisible foe, broken mirror shards everywhere. "Mama," Ava said, rushing over. "Mama, you need to be careful here." Her mother looked up with watery eyes, reached a hand towards her daughter, and then swiveled around, turning on the tap to the bathtub. Blood from her cut arm dripped into the stream, making the base briefly pink. "Shh, Mama. Come on, we need to get back now," Eva said, lifting her up. Rodri stood by the door, leaning with a smirk on his face, faked a yawn. "Won't be long now," he said as she passed. "I'm about ready to reach out and touch you. Are you looking forward to it?" Ava sat her mother down on the sofa, wrapping her arms in bandages she found in the closet, pushed her head down gently, trying to urge her to sleep. Her mother sighed, rolled back and forth like she was having a nightmare, though her eyes were open. "Somebody find Ava. My poor Ava," she gasped all to herself. Ava checked the progress on the incubator. Nearly done. Warm hands once again stroked her neck, her shoulders, and she hit them away, refusing to pay attention. "I'll be here soon," Rodri said softly. "In the flesh, where you can't avoid me." Any minute now. Ava squeezed her eyes shut, pushed the voice away in her mind. Then she heard a knock at the door. A knock at the door. She froze, hands clasping the desk desperately. She stayed perfectly still, listened, waited. The knock returned, more urgent this time. "Come on, Ava," sang Rodri. "I'm waiting. Let me in." Ava pressed her head against the door, afraid to look. She heard noises from outside, feet shifting, pacing. She peered through the peephole, trembling, afraid. At first, she saw nothing. And then, she saw a woman, black and just as scared as she was. "Who is it?" Ava called out. The woman turned, pushed both hands against the door, seemed so relieved to hear a voice. "I'm from the hospital," she replied. "My name is Fanta Enuma. I'm a doctor there. I need your help." Ava slammed her head into the door, grit her teeth. "Go away," she shouted. "I can't help you. Just go away." Enuma shook her head, seemed so desperate. She pushed a feeble fist against the door. "Please, I saw you with the incubator. I need your help. My brother is dying and there's no one else who will help him." Ava turned her head from the door, saw Rodri. He shrugged, disinterested. "What makes you think I can help you?" she called out, and there was a long pause before Enuma answered. "Maybe you can. Maybe you cannot. But that incubator has the power to cure my brother, and maybe stop the outbreak that has quarantined half the hospital. I have to try." The door popped open a touch. Ava looked out nervously. "What outbreak?" "We don't know. It seems to cause hallucinations. Bad ones. Virtual insanity in the afflicted." Sounds familiar," hummed Rodri, running a finger down Ava's cheek. Ava opened the door wide, ushered Enuma in, closed and locked them in. She paced towards the incubator just as it finished processing, and it spat out another container with the orange lid. Ava took it in her hand, held it up to Enuma. "This will cure your outbreak," she said, confident. Enuma reached a cautious hand out, incredulous. "But how did you—" "Never mind that. I'll make more. But first I need to give this to my—" Ava turned, saw the empty sofa, and nearly dropped the container. "Mama! Mama!" She saw a streak of blood on the wall near the bathroom and took off. She and Enuma tripped into the bathroom to find Ava's mother, face first into the full bathtub, arms floating loose at her sides. "Oops!" Rodri cackled. "Mama!" Ava screamed and pulled her mother out, laying her on the floor. Enuma pushed in, leaned close and listened. "She's not breathing. Tilt her head." Ava pushed behind her mother's neck, and Enuma began CPR, pumping, breathing, until Ava lost track of it all, just sat back and cried while her mother lay there, unconscious and fading further away. Rodri ran a hand down her thigh, and she pushed him. "Leave me the fuck alone!" she screamed, and Enuma paused, looked at her, concerned. "Who are you?" she began. "Just help her," Ava begged, filtering Rodri out as best she could. "Please." Enuma pushed down on the chest again, and this time, suddenly, water bubbled up and out of the mouth, and Ava's mother choked, gasped, spat, and was rolled to her side, and she vomited bile and water onto the floor. Enuma rubbed her back, eyeing Ava cautiously. "Mama, can you hear me? Are you okay?" Ava pleaded, down on her hands and knees next to her pale mother. "Ava," came the reply. "Ava, My baby. She's in the tub. Somebody has to find her, please." Ava pushed her forehead into the ground, let out a rattled breath. When she looked up, Enuma was staring at her seriously. "You have the virus too," she said. "You both do." Ava nodded weakly, said nothing. "Are you sure this cure works?" Enuma asked. "I'm sure," Ava said seriously, getting to her feet. "And I can prove it to you." She ran out of the bathroom, down to her mother's office, throwing junk aside until she found a box of needles. She ran back to the bathroom, uncapped the container, filled the syringe, and without a moment's hesitation, injected her mother with the cure. Crew and Sobotka sat on the bed in the dead man's room. Sobotka put her gun in her holster, rubbed her temple, trying to massage out a pending headache. "That went well," she said, gloomy. Crew snorted, then laughed. He got to his feet, stretched out, and sighed loudly. "Let's do a quick check and get back after the girl," he said. "I'm all done with my case now, so we might as well do yours too. We can leave this mess to the crime lab." He bent down over the healer's body, peeled back bits of fabric, investigating the body. Sobotka got to her feet, did a brief look around, nudged some things with a pen, but didn't touch anything. "God, it stinks in here," she gagged. "Too much blood." She pushed out to the window, leaning into the night air, the curtains flapping at either side. "So, you really think the healer was behind this? I mean, he did kill a lot of people here tonight. But if he's going to do that, why would he bother making a virus at all?" she asked, leaning out, looking at the body on the sidewalk again. "Maybe he's just a nut job," said Crew, tossing bits of paper from the body, obviously not concerned with disturbing the crime scene. "Anyone that dresses like this has got to be at least a little bit nutty." Sobotka laughed, turned back to the room, but then did a double take, spinning round and looking out again. There, a glint on the drainpipe outside. She looked further down, saw a clear streak of red down the drainpipe, the body in the snow, the drainpipe again. They weren't in the same direction. "Those two don't connect," she muttered. Crew. I think we have a problem here." She turned around to her partner, stopped dead. Crew's face was white. He looked up at her, blinking. "Oh yeah," he said. "I think so too." He held out a small leather wallet, flipped open to a bright white card. Sobotka couldn't read it, but didn't need to. In the top left corner was a very obvious Union Jack. The door exploded open, showering the room with fragments of wood, and the healer stumbled in, his arm bandaged with red-soaked gauze, clutched by a desperate hand. Enuma got to her feet, pushing Eva back, away. "I told you to stay in the stairwell," Enuma said urgently. Ava shot a confused and horrified look to the doctor. "You're with this monster." "Oh, this is getting good," chuckled Rodri. The healer shoved Enuma aside, into the refrigerator. "Talking is too slow," came his weakened voice, distorted and delirious. He walked past Ava without effort, kneeling down at the edge of the sofa, where her mother was laying, eyes open, almost alert. With his one good hand, he grabbed her by the chin, tilted her head up, looked at her eyes. His hands were shaking, and although he was bandaged heavily, he was still dripping bright red blood on the floor. Ava stepped forward aggressively. "Stop that!" she shouted in French, clenching her fists. The healer turned his head to her, and her confidence melted. "Where is her blood?" he demanded. Ava glanced to Enuma, then back to the healer and sneered. "Why do you need it?" she asked, defiant. He let go of her mother, lurched into a turn and bore down on Ava. She clenched her jaw, kept her eyes on his and held her ground. He looked at her, a blank fury growling from his mask. "I do not have time to play games," he said, his voice faltering slightly. "Give me her blood, or I will take it myself. My way." Ava's eye twitched. "You leave her alone," she said to him, a warning. "I will do as I please," he said, and Enuma stepped forward again to protest, but he held his hand out to her to stop her. "Give me the blood now." "It won't do you any good," Ava yelled. "I've already cured her. There's no virus left for you to diagnose." Behind her, the incubator deposited another container of serum. Her eyes darted towards it very carefully, trying not to show. "Who is that for?" he asked her, ominous. Ava watched him carefully, then made a mad dash for the incubator, grabbing towards the container, trying to get it before. The healer pulled her shoulder, threw her onto the floor in the back of the kitchen. Her sprained wrist screamed out at her, and she cradled it urgently. The healer loomed over her, pulling a gray device from his pack. "Give me your arm, or I will cut it off and test it that way," he said. Ava looked to Enuma, who seemed just as scared as she did. She held out her arm, terrified, and the healer placed the device to her. She felt a prick, a tug, and her blood seeped away into the machine that purred softly as it worked. He turned away, watching it intently. Ava got to her feet, shaky, and Rodri was there beside her, whispering in her ear. "The knife, Ava. The knife. Cut his heart out with a knife like you would for me." Ava saw the knife there beside the rotting carrot, and she reached a cautious hand over, slipped it away, kept it close. The healer fell against the counter, stood straight again, leaving a red mark where he'd been. He kept watching his display, waiting, oblivious to anything else. Finally, the answer came, and Ava watched him carefully as his expressionless face stayed locked down. Slowly at first, he started to shake his head more broadly, and then she heard the creak of plastic in his hands, and he savagely ripped the empty vial from the bottom and threw it across the room, into a mirror, which shattered loudly onto the floor. "A new strain," he shouted, coughing at the force of his own voice. Ava acted. She flipped the knife around in her hand and swung it in a quick, precise arc at the healer's neck. He caught her arm in mid-swing, did not even turn to look. Ava trembled at the force of his rough glove on her wrist, her hand unable to move in for the kill. She ground her teeth, tried to will it forward, but it was no use. She watched him, helpless. He turned his head, looked at her calmly. "I am done with games," he said, and squeezed her arm, her hand releasing the knife against her will. She didn't make a sound. He made no more movements, just stayed there, holding her tightly. Enuma came to his side, put a hand on his shoulder, carefully, like she was scared what he might do to her, too. "Please don't," she said, her voice soft and trembling. He shook his head, slowly, dizzily. "No. She carries a new strain. It must be contained. I have my directives." "But I found the cure," Ava exclaimed, tears in her eyes. "I've already saved 2 people, and I can do more. You don't need to do this." The healer froze. He let go of her arm, but she didn't move it, not sure what he might do. He looked slowly to the incubator, then round at Ava, his bloody goggles still a frightening sight. "You cured the man Daniels?" he asked, and Ava's breath stopped in her lungs. "How did you cure him first?" Yes, maybe an hour ago," she said, tense. "What did you do to him?" The healer looked away from her, stared at her mother, didn't move. "Nothing," he said, and she breathed again, feeling less tension, less anxiety. He was already dead. The ground spun for Ava, and she fell backwards against the counter, slid down it, put her head in her hands and tried to get her breathing back under her control. There was a thumping in her ears and she couldn't focus. The healer stood over her, blood dripping from his arm onto the ground next to her. "Was he bleeding before you treated him?" he barked. Ava had trouble focusing. She shook her head vaguely, unsure. "I must see your cure," said the healer, his voice gaining strength. He pulled the container from the side of the incubator, held it towards Ava. "Is this it?" Ava didn't look, just nodded blankly. She felt so cold. He put the vial into his device and pushed another button, staring at the display as if we're the only thing in the world to see. Ava's gaze shifted from the healer to her mother, then to Rodri, who sat next to her, kissing her ear softly. Then back to her mother. She was staring past her at the countertop, blinking, somehow different than before. Suddenly, the healer dropped his device on the ground and it cracked on impact. He made no other moves, just stood there, his hand open, frozen. He spoke something to himself, a hiss that Ava had no concept of understanding. He clenched his fist, lowered his head and shook it. Anuma looked up to him, reached a hand up to his. "What is it?" she asked. He looked past her, at Ava. "She will die too," he said without inflection. "Same as Daniels. Massive hemorrhaging. It cannot be stopped. Your cure is too effective." And with that, he straightened himself up, groaned, and grabbed the last of the serum off the table. He grunted as he slid it into his belt, and then with a deep breath, lurched towards the door, his body giving out on him so quickly, he looked like he might disintegrate at the threshold. Ava leapt to her feet, started after the healer, shouting, "Stop! You have to do something!" The healer turned, his breaths uneven and wheezy while he looked at her. "I have no solutions," he said quietly. "Only the one you do not want." Ava watched the healer as he stood there, patiently delaying his own death for her, and she nodded to him, horribly. "End it," she pleaded quietly. "Please." The healer nodded gravely, turned and stumbled back to the counter. He removed a blue pouch from his pack and placed it on the countertop and unrolled it carefully, leaving bloody prints all over it. Ava looked away, and Rodri moved in to kiss her. She closed her eyes at it and felt the brush of his beard on her lips, the softness. She buried her head down, gasped for air, trying to block out whatever sounds she might hear. "Ava," said her mother quietly. "It's done, Ava." She opened her eyes, blinked. Her mother sat on the sofa, a gentle smile on her face, her arm still out where the healer had killed her. She motioned for Ava to come, and she obeyed, sitting on the sofa too, as if in a dream. Even Rodri stayed distant, giving them space. "Mama, I'm so sorry," she sobbed, pushing her head into her mother's arms. "I'm so sorry." "Shh, now, Eva," It's not your fault." Her mother put her hand on the side of Eva's face, brushed her cheek softly, and she met her eyes, calm and forgiving. "I'll be fine," she said, her smile radiant, comforting. "I'm just glad I got to say goodbye first." Ava cried, gasped for air. "I should have said no," Ava said darkly. "I should have trusted my instincts. I knew this wouldn't work. I didn't know what I was doing, and it killed you. I killed you." Her mother closed her eyes now, seemed to be feeling something. Her smile faded slightly, but she spoke. The reason I kept Richard from hiring you, Ava, was because I knew how terrible it can be to make mistakes in this field. It's not what I'd wish upon you. It's not what I'd wish upon anyone. And you've already suffered enough for the mistakes you've made in life. Her mother began to shake. A low, subtle shake, but it shook her whole body, and Ava held tight. "Ava," she gasped. "You did well. I'm proud of you. Don't let my death crush your spirit. You have to live on. You have to learn from your mistakes and do better. Promise me." Ava cried, nodded. "I promise, Mama," she whispered. "Good," said her mother, a slight smile on her face, but her eyes seeing nothing. "Good." And then she jerked slightly, then again, backwards onto the back of the sofa, and started to seize more violently, her eyes rolling back in her head and a few strained gasps coming from her mouth. Ava tried to hold her, somehow stop it, the sounds ripping her apart. And then her mother calmed suddenly. She exhaled, and Ava did too, her lungs aching from the endless pause. No one moved for a moment, and the sound of the room took time to come flooding back. Ava's hands were shaking, and she squeezed them together to try and regain her composure. She looked to the healer, who stood by the door, leaning on it for support. "I need to destroy that cure," he said. "It's too dangerous." He shook his head, took a step backwards in the open space of the doorway. "Make a new version," he said, swaying slightly. "You can stop the outbreak if you hurry. Check the cure against your own blood, and you'll see." "But what about—" "I will keep this one," he said, and it was not up for discussion. "I have one last use for it." 1 Pisakeho, Prague, Czech Republic, November 30th. "What are you going to do?" Enuma called to the healer as he made his way down the back stairwell at Eva's building. He lost his balance briefly, hit the wall, and left a dark red smear. He put his other foot down to the next step, but it missed the edge and he stumbled down, landing on his weakened elbow, and the spots overtook his vision. He shook his head again and again, trying to regain control. He got to his feet, used his good arm to guide himself down the steps, watching his footing carefully. "What are you doing?" Enuma shouted, stopping a few steps up. The healer came to a rest, turned to face her, but missed her face. "I am going to cure your brother." The blood trail led to the front of a building Sabatka and crew knew well, so when they came within a few houses, they leapt out of Crew's car and sprinted the rest of the way, guns drawn. An old woman stood in the hallway around the corner, staring at fragments of a broken door. She was dressed in a nightgown, slippers, seemed confused and concerned. "I haven't called you yet," she said to them. "Go back inside, ma'am," said Sabatka, edging closer to the door. "She really is a nice girl," the woman said, her mind switching gears and tones suddenly. Just like her mother, a real beauty. Sabatka nodded to the woman, trying to be patient, but Crew had no tact left. He grabbed her nightgown and dragged her back, threw her into her apartment, and closed the door. The two of them stayed by the broken door, guns ready. "Police," Sabatka called. "Keep your hands in the air and do not move." "I'm alone," cried Ava from inside, and they checked each other, confused. Sabatka peeked around the corner cautiously, then led herself and Crew in, making a sweep of the rooms. Ava's mother lay dead on the sofa, blood all over the kitchen, a knife, footprints, and water everywhere. And there sat Ava at the coffee table, hands flying madly across the trackpad of an incubator. "Miss Kolikoff, what are you—" "Listen," Ava said, eyes glued to the screen. "I need you to shut up. You can arrest me and beat me up all you like, but I've got to finish what I'm doing." Sabatka put her gun away, edged around the side. Crew kept his weapon out, but aimed at the floor, frowning. "What are you doing?" "There's an outbreak at the hospital. I have to cure it before it spreads." "How do you know about the outbreak?" Sabatka asked. "One of the doctors told me. Now seriously shut up so I can concentrate." Sabatka slid over next to Crew, spoke in a hushed voice. "She's telling the truth? Could be that Enuma woman I was looking for. She's a friend of the healers. Still, Kolikoff and an incubator can't be a good combination." Sabatka watched Ava a moment, twitched an eye. "Call into the hospital and see what their status is. I don't trust her, but I don't want to shut this down if it can help." Crew nodded reluctantly, headed to the hall with his phone. Sabatka crouched next to Ava, watched her working. A tourniquet was still strung tight around her arm, a small drip falling around to her elbow. Ava was handling a small vial of blood, searching the side of the machine, probing with shaking hands. "I can't figure out where this thing goes in," she cursed, slamming her bandaged arm on the table in frustration, and then cursing some more. Sabatka took the vial from her, darted around the side of the machine, saw a port there, and pushed the vial in. It clicked solidly. Then the incubator rotated the blood out of sight and began to purr. "Thanks," Ava said, eyes darting wildly. "I'm having a hard time focusing right now." An alert popped onto the screen. Custom blood sample detected. Override locale settings? Ava accepted the change and threw herself into cracking the virus code once more. The healer burst into Ajobi's room, Enuma close behind, and came to a sudden stop at the base of the bed. Ajobi sat up, wary and weary and somehow sicker than before as the healer pulled another needle from his bag and started filling it with serum. His arm was stiff and awkward, and he struggled to hold himself steady. "Do you know what this is?" he asked as he filled the syringe. "This is the cure to the disease you sent me after." Ajobi seemed surprised by this, tried to sit up. "Really?" he said, his eyes wide with curiosity, but still fear. "Yes," said the healer, pulling the needle free and holding it ready. "It has killed 2 people already. Let us try for 3. He plunged the needle into Ajobi's arm and pushed the plunger down, and Ajobi groaned loudly, jerked suddenly but couldn't fight the strength of the healer. "No!" Enuma screamed, pounding on the healer's back until he was done, pulled the needle free, and stepped back. Enuma collapsed to the floor, weeping. The healer felt a powerful release. He stumbled, caught onto the railing at the side of the bed, and leaned on it, transferring all his reliance there, all the strength he'd been drawing, suddenly gone. His suit was whining in his ear that he was too excited, but he already knew. Ajobi looked down at the needle mark in his arm, the blood dripping around and onto the sheets, and then looked up at the healer with a calm stare. And then, ever so slightly, he smiled. Enuma saw her brother, saw his expression, and her crying trailed off. She got to her knees, took his hand, but he pulled it away, his smile turning into a smirk. The healer stumbled, held on to the bed tighter. "You have no vector," he said to Ajobi, faint and tired. "You are the vector." Enuma looked from Ajobi to the healer, then back. Her crying stopped, her mouth ajar, trying to understand what was going on. "What are you talking about?" she gasped. "He's sick. He was infected by someone else. He's the victim, and you've killed him." The healer didn't listen to her. He was watching Ajobi, saw the sickly man start to laugh so awkwardly it was painful. And then finally, when Ajobi calmed himself enough, he looked at the healer with intense anger. "You are clever," he said, "but I would bet you're too late." Crew burst back in the room, eyes wide with fear or excitement. "Sestak just passed down the order. They're going to gas the hospital. We've got to move." Eva and Sabatka both gaped. "They're what?" "Sestak's afraid of a major outbreak across the city. He's full-on paranoid from the sound of it. They've sealed the doors and the army is moving into gas and burn the place down. The captain's ordered us there to provide backup, in case anyone makes it outside." "Are they insane?" Sabatka yelled, getting to her feet furiously. "All those people. There are over 10,000 people in there." Ava kept moving blocks around, pushing the cure further, watching the antibodies in her blood react horribly to every option she threw at it. "I can fix this," she said, mostly to herself. "Just give me 5 minutes. I can fix it, and we can stop the outbreak. I just need 5 minutes of quiet. Please." Sabatka looked to Crew, who didn't seem keen on the idea. She looked back to Ava. "You've got 5 minutes," she said. Eva nodded, then flinched, jabbed her elbow out and to the side. "Fuck off!" she spat. Sabatka and Crew took a cautious step backwards. "What's going on?" Sabatka asked. Ava didn't look up, rolled her eyes as she worked. "I'm gonna say some strange things for the next little while," she said darkly. "Don't worry about it. It's not going to be around for much longer." Ava ran the test, saw the familiar shapes falling and disappearing as her cure broke down Nuremberg 6. But instead of leaving no traces, the screen warned her. "Antibody conflict. See report." She clicked through, and her jaw dropped open at the sight. "Oh shit," she gasped. "What?" demanded Sabatka. "What's wrong?" "The cure. It leaves stupid little fragments in the blood, stuff that doesn't do any harm. Simple compounds. See? These little gray squares. They shouldn't impact anything. They didn't impact anything when I ran this before." Sabatka leaned in, couldn't see what Ava was seeing. "So, what's different?" "There's something in my blood that's not in the incubator's base profile. Something I've got that isn't standard, or wasn't standard when they made this thing. Something my mother, Richard, and probably you and everyone else in this city. Something we've all got in common. The cure is making things worse. It's too perfect. It's a trap, and I fell for it." The healer threw the syringe across the room, tried to fight the urge to strangle the man. "This is no game," he shouted. No, it isn't, growled Ajobi, trying to sit up. This is far too sad to be a game. You, all of you, worrying over these people, with their homemade sickness, hoping to God that you can save them, find them a cure. This is no game. This is a farce, and you need to see why. Enuma gasped, let go of Ajobi, looked to the healer, her face so overcome she had no expression. The healer composed himself, stepped back from the bed, had to focus. You created a virus, designed it brilliantly, he said. So the cure, the treatment, would be lethal. Ajobi smiled proudly now. It was not easy, he said simply. But it won't hurt you, the healer growled, because your blood is missing the compound it needs to kill. The compounds that survive attach to something already there. Create a new virus with them. A deadly one. A terrible one. What is it? What are you targeting? Ajobi closed his eyes, rested his head back, and took a deep breath. Enuma was now further away, looking shocked, confused. 4 years ago, said Ajobi, his voice weaker now, distant. 4 years ago I met a girl. Beautiful woman, so perfect. So perfect I knew I must win her, marry her, keep her close. You met her, Enuma. Do you remember? Noah. Enuma nodded, like in a dream. We were happy, he said, his eyes still closed. For a time. And then one day she got sick. And the doctors told us. AIDS. Can you believe it? AIDS, but I don't know. We were so young, so naive. We thought it would be all right. There were drugs, weren't there? Treatments? They'd had them for years, hadn't they? We'd be all right. Ajobi opened his eyes, looked straight into the soul of the healer. She died, he said, his voice a whisper. She died of AIDS, a disease dead outside Africa, all because the vaccine stopped being made. It wasn't vital anymore. There were new threats, greater threats. And my Noah died in her bed, for nothing. Nothing but weakness and greed and throwing a whole continent to the dogs. Ajobi pointed a trembling finger at the healer. A disease is not dead until it is wiped from the face of the whole planet. He clenched his hand into a fist, shook it slightly, and exhaled, his long, painful secret finally gone. The cure targets the AIDS vaccine, gasped the healer. Rodri held her tight, caressing her body as he nuzzled her ear. Eva didn't even flinch, pushing blocks around, watching the fallout, watching the changes as they shot across the screen. Stroke, paralysis, kidney failure. They came and went as fast as her hands would move. Why don't you give it up so we can have some fun? Rodri whispered. I can make it worth your while. Stop yakking. I'm busy here. He cupped her breasts in his hands, kissed her neck. I wonder how long, until you can't see the screen anymore. And you're mine forever, he said, licking gently. Ava dropped a blue square into place, and then the results came through. Warning: patient develops mild fever. She grinned, looked Rodri clear in the face, kissed him back. Say goodnight, fucker. She ran off, down the hall into her mother's office, and pulled out the other 2 boxes of refill tubes, got halfway back to the living room when she noticed they were damp at the bottom. She stopped midway, mouth gaping, dumped the contents. The tubes were nearly empty, cracked, leaking, lost. Oh no, he gasped as Rodri held her from behind. What's wrong? Sabatka asked, getting to her feet. What are those? The refills. We don't have any more refills. I can only make 1 more batch of this stuff.
How many can it treat?
asked Crew. Ava lowered her head, felt Rhodri on her neck, felt a shiver. Just one. The fix is contagious in its current form, but there's no way we'd cover everyone fast enough. There's just no way. They stood in silence. Rhodri held her tight, so tight she felt it hard to breathe. The room started to gray around her, disappear into her mind like a dream she was waking from. She stumbled forward, onto her knees, and Rhodri was before her, kneeling too, white shirt undone, biting his lip, his dead eyes shining with glee. Can you feel it, Ava? Can you feel the end? It's coming. I can tell it's coming. Soon you'll be mine forever. I've still got the last dose. I can use it and burn you alive. You're not going to use the last dose on yourself, are you? And let all those people die? Ava stared him dead in the eye, and he kissed her. She tried to fight it, but it was so... She felt herself kissing back, felt his hands on her cheeks, his body pressing against hers, and she shuddered, let him run his lips down her neck. Can you feel it? He sang softly. There's love in the air. And she paused. The air, she gasped and shoved him off, scrambling to the table, pushing past the gray dancing fingers on the trackpad as he pulled her waist, tried to draw her back. She scoured the screen, found it under the advanced menu, down at the bottom. Make aerosolized. Every man, woman, and child in Europe, the Americas, the East, they're all targets, boomed the healer. You would kill a whole world of people out of revenge? Their suffering's just as real to me as mine is to them. The healer didn't say anything for a moment. Ajobi, said Enuma, stepping closer. You couldn't... No, spat her brother, giving her an icy stare. No. I would gladly fear the poison I made if it meant I'd been protected like the others in this wretched city. I'm dying of AIDS, Fanta, and there is no one in the world that will help me. Oh, I made the trigger, but they made the weapon. Let them burn, I say. Let them all burn. The healer's temper flared suddenly. He smashed one of the heart monitors against the wall so hard its casing shattered, and he threw the wreckage to the ground savagely. You made me your accomplice, he shouted. Quang's blood was tainted too. You set a trap and let me poison my own people. Ajobi laughed a bit, looked at the healer, sickly again. Don't worry, he said. You're not alone. I've been working towards this for months. Enuma gasped, trembling. What do you mean? I thought we were here to help, Ajobi. I thought we were... Oh, we were. And at first I was like you, Fanta. I thought this was the most noble calling in the world. I knew my time would run out, but I wanted to die doing something good for the world. I had no regrets. But then one day, I met a man with a different sort of mission. He wasn't content to just treat the symptoms. He wanted to cut the viruses down, here, in the field. We worked together, this Daniels and his partner. We found things nobody else would see for months, and we fixed them, Fanta. We saved so many lives. He had an incubator, and as I learned to use it, I realized I had it in my power to cure my AIDS, to patch your blood and save us both. Daniels was a pharmaceutical executive, so he'd have access to the vaccines. I asked him over and over again, and finally he told me he couldn't help. He wouldn't help, because it would get him caught, and our whole operation would fall apart. The healer bowed his head, drifting. Enuma backed further away, terrified. I couldn't stand it, Fanta, Ajobi continued. I couldn't stand that he had the cure there, within his reach, and he denied it to me. It was too much. So I began learning the second function of the incubator, learned how to mix compounds badly, learned how to create poisons out of vaccines. I produced flawed results at the start, but I learned and improved. Their agents abroad, I took their compounds and made subtle tweaks. I broke their solutions and sent them back, ready to kill. Then they came to me. They asked, "How did this happen, Ajobi? How did it go so wrong?" And I pleaded ignorance, said all was well when I saw the files last. Really, I was hoping Daniels would do as he promised, send my cures back to his company's database, have them distributed around the world in one of those godforsaken boosters. Think of the carnage. Think of the justice. "That is not justice," roared the healer, staggering backward. "That is genocide." "Oh, that's rich, coming from you. I'm not half the monster you are. Even when the outbreak downstairs claims half the city, my conscience is like untouched snow next to yours." "The outbreak?" Enuma gasped. "That was you?" "It's not a long walk to the supply room, Fanta," he smiled. "And all it takes is a few milliliters of the virus to do the trick. In the coffee of a coworker, a nip in the arm, a small prick in the IV bag." Enuma lowered her head, crying now. "This was all supposed to take a very different path," Ajobi said, sighing. "But I knew my time was running out, and Dr. Kolikoff saw the signature from those fools at the university in my work, the ones I hired to cover my tracks, and it led her right to me. She started to investigate. I had to change things. I admit, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to see this through to the end. But I didn't expect I'd get such a gift as you," he said to the healer, who stared at him, ragged. "You gave me a unique opportunity to become a very powerful vector." He grinned uncontrollably. "I hope I will live to see the cure," he said, faking his earlier, weaker voice. "Oh, how I pray I will see the cure." The healer stepped back from the bed, looked at Enuma, then back at Ajobi. He faltered, fell to his knees, slipped forward, but clung to the bed rails, pulled himself up, sliding the blue pouch out on the bed. "I'm ready now," Ajobi said, lifting his arm up to the healer. "Finish your duty before you die, healer. I am ready to go." The car slid sideways through the turn, almost hitting a lamppost, crew spinning the wheel furiously, punching the gas, trying to get back on track. Ice shot off the windshield and into the buildings around them, smashing into a bright mist. "Slow down, idiot," shouted Sabatka, gripping the passenger seat door desperately. "It's November," Crew yelled. "I don't slow down till January." Between them, Ava sat, doubled over, hands on the sides of her face, pulling her skin down madly. Rodri was curled around her back, arms moving fluidly over her body, his mouth across her skin, everywhere, exposed or not, drawing her into the gray again. She trembled, muttered into her lap, soft and urgent. "It's all in my head. It's not real. I know it's not real." "Are you sure?" Rodri asked smoothly as he licked her neck. "I seem real to me." "You're dead. I killed you, and you're dead. Richard said I was still alive, and I'm coming for you. You should be happy." He held her tighter, and she felt warm, shuddered, leaned her head back and let him kiss her shoulders, her neck feeling so warm. She squeezed her eyes shut to push him away. She heard nothing but him, but refused to lose sight of the world around her. The car shot forwards, around another turn, and they saw it. Barricades ahead. 4 soldiers in full masks, guarding the entrance to the hospital. Sobotka winced. "Is there another way in?" she asked. Yeah, said Crew, switching gears. Faster. The soldiers didn't have time to react. The Aston Martin shot through the single-beam barricade, throwing wood and yellow lights in all directions. Crew didn't check the mirror to see what they'd done. He just pushed his foot straight to the floor. They careened into the old emergency bay, skidding in a large arc, coming to a halt right next to the doors. Sobotka knocked her head on the car frame as the inertia left, looked to Crew with wide-open eyes. Don't do that again. They got out of the car, hearing shouts in the distance as the soldiers gave chase, grabbed Eva by the arm and pushed into the foyer. Crew motioned to the great wooden doors, wrapped in yellow tape, a padlock across the handles. Shit! They're competent all of a sudden, he cursed. Stand back! Sobotka yelled, pulled her gun out, took aim, and the padlock exploded off the doors. Crew wrenched them open, stumbled into the mass of hysterical and dying patients, all clawing off their beds, trying to escape, falling apart at the sights and sounds of their worst nightmares. Sobotka staggered back, watching a nurse flail desperately as 5 blood-stained figures tried to drag her into a side room, wailing madly. Bastion stormed towards them, mask nearly off his face, bloody slashes on his cheeks. You fools! Get out of here! It's not safe! Crew held him back before the old doctor could reach them. They're going to torch this place, Doc. You know that, right? Bastion barely registered the news, nodded gravely. If they must, we're ready to make that sacrifice. Well, I'm not, shouted Sobotka. And then a staggering patient threw her off her feet and onto the ground. Ava stumbled forward, Rodri tugging at her pants, punched him away but missed. She gasped, half seeing the mess in the room. A lunatic like the beast from the university came at her, and she hit him across the side of the head. And unlike Rodri, he collapsed down, scampering away. She fell onto her back, felt Rodri climb on top of her, lean over her, feet pushing her legs apart. We never did have that last afternoon off, he said, his voice quiet yet somehow louder than the pandemonium around them. But now's as good a time as any. Ava tried to turn her head from him, but he held her jaw with clutching hands, slammed her skull down onto the floor once as he kissed her, clawing angrily, holding her hostage. She fought, but he pinned her hand, kept her legs spread, and she couldn't win. She couldn't. She saw them. Sobotka, she yelled through Rodri, through everything, though she couldn't see anything but him. The fans. Use the fans. Sobotka pushed past Bastion, running to the row of switches by the door, pushed them all on. The lights above came to life, bathing them in a warm glow. And then, slowly, creaking, all the overhead fans began to move, swirling faster and faster. Ava pulled the container from her pocket, fighting Rodri's strong grip, held it out with a trembling gaze towards Crew, who kept an uneasy distance, not understanding what she was seeing. She pushed against Rodri, knocked him off, held the container up further. Hurry, she whispered, and he took it. Sobotka, Crew yelled, twisting the cap off the container, hands trembling. Ready! Go! She called, and he threw the container into the air, over the beds, into the center of the room. Sobotka watched it float, almost weightless for what seemed like an eternity. And then, like a dandelion in the wind, the white dust inside began flowing out and into the air. The healer took a weak step back. Kill me, Ajobi screamed. I'm dead anyway. Do it! The healer steadied himself, hand gripping the blue pouch, the deadly serum. He stared evenly at Ajobi. "No," he said, and the sick man froze. "Mercy is not my commission." Ajobi started forward, but the healer shoved him back into bed with a bloodied hand, suddenly strong again, suddenly dominating, terrifying. "You will die here in this bed, as slow as your disease takes you. I will not be an instrument in your game any longer. I will not be an instrument for anyone's lunatic fantasies." Enuma stepped towards him, hand out, pausing. "You will die. Your end will come slowly and painfully, and there will be nothing you can do to ease your suffering. Because when all your caretakers are dead and buried by the carnage you wrought, there will be no one left to help you." And with that, the healer turned and walked towards the door. He heard a quick sob, and then Enuma ran after him, catching him in the hallway. She put a hand on his shoulder, and he let himself be turned around. "I must warn my people about Quang's blood," he gasped, faltering. "I cannot stand your tears now." She looked at him so sadly. She placed a hand on his chest and lowered her head and whispered to him, "I am sorry for what he did. I am so sorry." The healer took a deep breath, and the pain all over his body gripped him like a dull vice. "You are not his master," he said. "Do not let him be yours. I must go now. Before. He slipped onto the floor, his vision blacking. The dust caught the light as it fell in swirls around the room. Ava saw it through Rodri's strong embrace, and she smiled at it, breathed in heavily, smelled his sweat, the smell of that summer in Nuremberg. He saw her smile, and his expression changed, angrier, deranged. He wrapped a callous hand around her face, lifted her head off the ground even as his other hand stroked her gently. "You like this?" he asked. "Is this good for you?" "Yes," she whispered. "Yes, it's good." He slammed her head down on the ground, leaned in close. "Then why did you leave me? Why did you kill me, Ava? Why?" He slammed her again, but the pain passed through her, and she started to laugh. His hands were becoming fainter, his face less opaque. He noticed it too, grabbed her head with both hands, leaning in close, furious, nose to hers. "Ava!" he seethed, then suddenly his expression changed. Desperate, scared, alone. He started to cry, stroked her cheeks gently, rested his head on her chest, holding her, holding. "Ava, please, please, I love you. Please don't do this. Please don't." She lay there, unmoving, felt his hands dissolving, the breaths fainter, the weight of him on her melting away. "Ava, I love you. I love you," he said, his voice a whisper. "I know," she said. "I loved you too." Just then, a patient fell over her, legs smashing her ribs, and she rolled to her side, the sound of the room coming back full force. The screams had been replaced by quiet whimpers, calls of pain, strong commands from the medical staff as they ran through the aisles, putting things back in order. Ava got to her feet, unsteady, and was caught under the arm by Sobotka. "You okay?" she asked, and Ava nodded. "It'll take a while to go away completely. Plus the fever. But I'm fine. Thanks." Crew strode up, tossing a blood-stained patient out of his way as he went. He surveyed the damage. "So, I guess it worked," he said. "We knocked the disaster down a notch."
"I guess so,"
Ava smiled. "If you happen to see the healer or
Dr. Enuma again. Tell them thanks for me."
Crew nodded agreeably, staring off into the back of the room. His gaze shifted back to Ava. At the same time, Sobotka let her go, frowning seriously. "Them," they said together. The healer pushed himself to his feet, staggering forward, Enuma pulling him back or trying to help, or... He stumbled again. Then, down the hallway, two lights trained themselves on him. He couldn't understand the words, but knew what they meant. He stayed perfectly still, swaying slightly. Enuma called to them in Czech. They yelled something back, and she held out both her hands towards them, but they dragged her away. They grabbed him by the back of his suit and threw him, face first, into the wall. They kicked his legs and he fell to his knees, his arms pulled up. He coughed out a gagging cry as his shoulder was moved, and he heard the sound of a gun clicking behind his head. There was more talking, Enuma's and the armed woman, and a deeper, angry man. Enuma was frantic in her foreign tongue. She was telling them all the deeds he'd done, all the killing, about her brother's plight. He blinked slowly, nearly fell. "Forgive me," he said softly in his native language. "May there be future generations left to curse my name. Please." And then the healer felt another grip under his arm, and he was lifted from the ground, turned towards the stairwell, and shoved so suddenly he fell onto the floor, his body exploding with pain. It was as if he'd been shot again. He stayed there for a moment, his suit deafening. But now the silence was different. He heard his own mask, heard the breaths he took, but nothing else. The sounds of the two police were distant, were fading away, and when he opened his eyes, their lights were gone too. He lay there in the dark, felt his heart beating. And when he blinked again, Enuma was leaning over him, her hand on his back, rubbing him gently. Her eyes were wet, but the look on her face was not disgust, concern. "Concern? Can you walk?" she asked quietly. He nodded, slowly. "I told them," she said, her voice wavering, her awful confession reluctantly coming forth. "I told them you need to warn your people about Ajobi's virus." She bit her lip, tried to keep from crying, refused to look back towards her brother's room. "I told them why." She helped him to his feet, and he started towards the stairwell, slipping in his own blood. He stumbled again, and she tried to catch him, but the weight was too much, and he fell down, face hitting the floor. He heard her around him, calling him back, but his vision blurred, echoed softly, and the darkness slowly soaked him away. Outside Prague, Czech Republic, December 1st. At the edge of the field was an old wooden fence, a set of splintered logs stacked on top of each other, marking a passive border no one respected anymore. The snow was untouched, smooth and perfect, a light blue color in the shade that was the hue of a perfect summer's day, the kind that seemed so alien now. The winter sky was gray, clouds slowly ebbing into the west, and in the distance, down by the city, the smoke reached upwards, out of sight. Ava watched the scene a while longer, the cold on her cheeks freezing the bandage she now wore. She squinted at the brightness of the day, adjusted her backpack over one shoulder. She reached into her pockets, pulled her mitts out and put them on, the thick wool tingling on her fingertips like a wave of needles. She looked back to Sobotka and crew, their car still humming quietly behind them, the windshield fogged. "Thanks for the ride," she said, smiling weakly. Sobotka didn't make eye contact, looked off into the distance like there was something to see. She sniffed loudly, uncomfortable. "Anything to get criminals out of town?" she said, then glanced over, smirked. Behind her, Crew shivered, stomped his feet in the snow, trying to give a hint. His breath flowed out of his mouth like smoke. "What about Pyotr?" Ava asked. "You want us to fetch him for you?" Ava thought, smiled. No, that's all right." "It's what I figured," Sabatka snorted. "Besides, in the prison he's at, he's somebody else's girlfriend now anyway." Crew chortled. Sabatka reached into her bag and pulled out a brown paper bag taped shut along the top. She handed it over to Ava, tentative. "You sure you don't need anything else?" she asked. "I think we owe you more than this." Ava held the bag tightly, shrugged. "I think we can call it even," she said, stepping backwards a step. Sabatka nodded, turned and led Crew towards the car. She stopped, glanced over her shoulder, watched Ava leaving into the snowy fields. "Take care of yourself, Miss Kolikoff," she yelled. "You're more useful than you look." Ava said nothing, just smiled. As the sound of the car receded into the background, Ava opened the bag again, pulling out the contents as she walked down the train tracks, off towards a distant farm. It was all there, and she nodded happily. A sketchbook, some pencils, a photo of her mother, a beginner's guide on growing your own food. "Home to Green 4, came the voice, a distant crackle among the static waterfall. "Your signal is faint, Green 4. My suit is damaged. What is your status? Have you located LS-411? Static. LS-411 was a trap. Green 4, please repeat. It was a trap. My earlier samples are also tainted. Do not release treatments for those samples. Static. Green 4, our engineers discovered the flaw in your earlier samples. They were discarded. Wind. Green 4, what is your status? Can you make the journey back? Cold. Bitter cold. No, he said. I am done. And before he heard more, he dropped the phone into the snow and continued on his way.